We are live, and we are going down some rabbit holes in this stream. We will be talking about a variety of different things with what's going on. So, I think, in truth, about different aliens visiting us from different planets or different dimensions. Now, in this context about the different dimensions, I think that it is very clear that the planet has been visited before by people from a long time ago and people from various times. So, what I mean by a very long time ago, I think that there are people from other planets. Well, they're not really people, they're aliens. I think those exist and they did come here. Important to understand that although there's skepticism about aliens, I do think is absolutely obvious that something's going on because there's so many people that's going on. Now, definitely with the rabbit holes in general, the first part of it usually people hear about is the aliens. Now, I think the aliens are, there's different theories about them. Either they're people from other planets, they're something from another dimension, or they're interdimensional or demonic. So, for those that don't know, that's the different things it could be. Recently, there has been some nuclear scientists that have been going missing, and I think that is very strange because a lot of people have been knowing about on the news these different people going missing. Hello, Rizzy. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, and I think it's absolutely crucial to understand that the okay, let's see, with chromosomes, color, vision could never see the spiritual frequency of mundane frequency. Now, I do think there are people who have certain. Now, for instance, I think cats and dogs can see things from different dimensions or realms that we cannot see with our. There are people that are gifted that can see ghosts and paranormal things that we don't have access to through our sight. But I think people can have a moment where they see a ghost, stuff like that. But that is what I think personally is that are able to see things in source of like that. So I think there's a spirituality that exists in the world where there is something there. All right. And John says night vision negative uh, dies capable of seeing. Okay. Colossians 1:15 says image of the invisible God. Jesus himself refers to God being unseen and reveals the Father through his action. That is, Christian. Hello there, Snipe. Oh, it all ties in together. Who is Jesus talking about? Invisible frequent. Yes, I think that is definitely the type of God. Okay. I do. Different people call it different things. The Mondad. Okay, thank you. And I've never heard that terminology before. So, but thank you for explaining that to me. It's new. I have to go and research it. All right. Hello, Tane. Jesus speaking about the Monad. Okay. I I am not, as I say, completely familiar with that terminology that you speak of. And my Pikmin is into Zeus. Okay. And hello, Tane. All right, John. I see. Thank you. And hello, Danielle. Welcome to the stream. Oh, hi there. Uh, here too. Welcome. So I definitely think with the nuclear scientists going missing, it is very strange because McCassland and well, yeah, Pikmin scared. So all those scientists going missing. Oh, hello, Aman. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so that's certainly what I think is that it is essential to see that pe- all these people disappearing is not a coincidence. I think that they're trying to do censorship and cover up what they know because they knew a lot of things about people could have various theories about what the extraterrestrial craft are, but a lot of times people will be in noticing all of them going missing. Oh yes, Pikmin. I saw the quote unquote astronauts going to the moon, and yeah, it just there seems to be some questionable reliability about that if they really went there or not. And like for instance, there is a scene about the moon. Right, they're inside the spaceship, the spacecraft, and they go and say how there's someone else filming them in there. Like who else is in there filming them if they're not? Who else is in there filming it if they're the only ones in there? So, and the way at the angle of everything's being filmed and all is like there has to be more than one person in there except them. They're supposed to be the only people in there. All right. There we go. So there's also some images that were used that may have been used before, but they were just kind of repositioned a certain way. Hello, Donald. Tonight, right now, I'm the only alien sighting that you are seeing at the moment. Well, you don't really see me; you just see Earthling flowers. But yeah, that's basically the only sighting right now. Is that? Oh, thank you, Aaron. I appreciate it. Yeah, these are primrose right here, and they come every single spring. They are very nice, and yeah, sometimes they turn pink. Other times they don't. You know, they turn white like this. So yeah, we have them. Oh, okay, John. Okay. Right, and right here is an elephant ear plant, or it's also called taro, which is eaten by the people from Asia and the islands. Now over here, I have a. This is where I showed you the garden at. And by the way, Aaron, I harvested the big ru- the big Asian root. By the way, but I'll send you a picture of it. I did it on a stream. So, and that is right there a spinach right there. But it's about the flower. And this part, these are two broccoli plants. I only grew a few of them because I had a big harvest in winter, and I was going to leave some of these plants here. And this area in general that I have, this bigger area here, is going to be for the main part. which is going to be the main where the main plants are going to be. That are going to be in spring and summer, right? This bigger area. So this little area, I had some winter plants. And let's see. Hi there says Hi there says the picture of Earth behind the moon is lighting, which isn't physically possible unless the moon has atmosphere. Exactly. Right. Very well said. It's kind of the NASA things can be kind of suspicious sometimes. And these are some more of the elephant ear plants, and they get really, really big in the summer, especially if lots of rain happens. Okay, and Martian soil basically a natural herbicide. Oh, there you go. And hello, Mark. Arg. All right. And John says there are people who talk about the monad long ago, and they were deleted. Church and crusades came and started leading whoever they spoke about it. Yeah, interesting. As I said, I've never heard of that before, but I hear what you're saying. And yeah, so these are some other ones right here. They are. I put them in different spots because over different years I put different ones here. There's a plant that was dying and I put it here, and then it's all of the descendants of them grew everywhere. Right. So yeah, those are some of the winter plants, and then the spring, summer plants will be all over here. I have the seeds ready. And yeah, so I definitely think with the media and stuff, taking it with a grain of salt, especially with, I do think there is something I was seeing, which I do agree with, that some of these things with the space launch and the other factors, such as wars going on, could all be distractions about other things they don't want us to know about or want us to focus on too much. So that is something that I think there's truth to. They don't want people knowing, like say there's, Epstein files released, there was, alien disclosure coming out, and they want to cause distractions. That's a theory I've heard that could make sense. And John says NASA and all of them, even the government spoke about the monad in different ways. Just explain what it is. Now, John, what culture or region does that come from? Because I've not heard of it before. Oh, Yoshi. Yes, yes. Facts. Thank you. Okay, the edible plants, which they're edible plants here, right? And oh, you grow it in a public area. Okay. So yeah, that is broccoli that is very good, and it's much better from the plant itself. Now, usually I grow them further in winter, and then they come out. Around this time they usually can be harvested, but I plant it a little bit later, so a bit younger right now. That flower you see is edible. Right there is edible. This thing is edible, but I use it just kind of. It lives its life cycle, and it could drop more seeds in the ground. Oh, okay, okay. So yeah, the primrose. I don't really know for certain if it's edible or not, but I'm sure it's probably used in teas. I don't really know for sure though. This right here is grown by the ancient people for herbs and making bread and stuff like that. And then it became like a wild weed, but I thought it was a pretty cool plant, and it actually is related to sunflowers. So, I knew it had to be related to something because the way it looked. Pretty cool. So, over here, there's some edible ones. Exactly, Mark. Exactly, Mark. These right here apparently are edible and were used by ancient people and also settlers, and it was also a replacement for tobacco. But yeah, this can be used for different herbal things, but it's just like a wild plant that grows now. Yeah, so a lot of the plants are edible, but not all of them, of course. Not all of them. This is edible, but it needs to be cooked really well. Hi there says uh, monad is a term given to the greater context of physics and matter. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Mark, exactly. That being launched on April Fool's Day definitely is saying something. You know, people wondered if it was even going to be launching at all, and that is definitely an omen. Oh, they helped you grow it. Y'all put some Miracle Grow in it, and y'all just had a good time gardening and having a good day. Well, I'm glad that they were cool with you. Yeah. So right, and this way is a spot that I would usually use to grow more things, but I haven't done them. I haven't used this spot in a while, but I have it here for like shady plants that might need some shade. So yeah, that is some parts of the garden, by the way. Grow some lily in the valley that stops the cure, and its cure for help stop stroke. Oh, okay, interesting. Thank you. Oh, and John says it came from Aramaic. Okay. Yeah, and Pickman says, yeah, the war, then all of a sudden the mission, the moon, something's up. And definitely with like the Epstein stuff, it's really messed up how they don't go and like prosecute anybody. And I think they want to sweep that under the rug. And I also think with the extraterrestrials, they want to sweep that under the rug too, and not tell people about that either. California was full of blue Virion, and they removed them. That's because it removes and fixes nerve damage, stroke, and brain. Oh, you know, in California, there was this meltdown that happened, like a nuclear meltdown, and it caused toxicity to go in the air into the soil, and it's causing lots of people to get sick and get cancer and stuff. So I believe that was California, and yeah, a lot of times, especially with the chemtrails and stuff, they just want to dump a bunch of waste all over us and chemicals that is going to cause untold issues to people over time, or at least it's an attempt to, and also messing with the weather. John said the governments remove her herbs. What can cure you and replace the herbs can kill you. Say ginseng is good. That's poisonous fruit. Ah, okay. Herbs and what can cure you and replace herbs. What can kill you? Yeah, you see, they want to, in my opinion, it seems a lot of these elites and stuff want to do population control, and they talk about the earth is overpopulated, and they try to push diets and things like that to that are not really good. Like for instance, like food that's not really good for you is cheaper than food that's good for you. Although value is going to be more expensive, I do think it is a very likely possibility that they want to do depopulation. They want you to believe in aliens or demons, but the creatures are man-made for an agenda. Okay, hi there. Tell me about what the agenda is about. I'm curious. All right. And John says, here in California, the police do not say nothing. There's parts of California you do not allow to sell the weed, and you can smoke it. You're not alone allowed to sell it. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I've heard that with California, it's legal over there, but it's not completely like what we call casually accepted everywhere, like people would think it is. But it's people can still do it, And I've heard that I don't smoke anything myself. People that I know that do, they, you know, going to the dispensary, it's real expensive, and they want to tax it a lot. And I've heard reasons why it wasn't legalized at all was because the government couldn't tax it and various things like that. But of course, there's a rabbit hole about that. But they, yeah, I just think the governments want to, and elites, which are politicians, people that are advocating the, politicians, people that are advocating different things. They say like Bill Gates likes to talk about the Earth's overpopulated, right? And he was brainwashed, or he really thinks it's true, and they're going to maybe do some things to try to depopulation of the Earth. I think the COVID-19 thing that happened was ridiculous, and how people were locked up for a long time over a flu. And you got to remember, like something when I there's something called swine flu coming out when I was growing up. I'm sure y'all remember it. And with swine flu, it caused people to get sick, and they had on TV a if a pandemic happened that was as bad as the Black Plague, it would be so messed up that it would cause electricity to go out. It would cause the whole society to collapse, people looting and rioting like a hurricane apocalypse. So that is something I think is extremely, important to understand, is that when if it was something so bad, I'm not saying it wasn't bad, but something that's so bad it's going to destroy everybody, we wouldn't be here, and there would be like people being deleted in the streets, people falling to their, everywhere. It would be like a domino effect, you know, and people didn't really see that, and I didn't see it either. And somebody has a mask on, right? If you have a mask on, it could come into you different ways. So it was kind of a silly time period, and I think that was a method of control and a method of trying to test the society. And when it was in China, it was really bad, but over here, maybe it was a different variation, or we were more immune to it than they were, hypothetically, or it was something like say a cold's happening, and they say that it's actually a mountain instead of a molehill. Yeah, and Mark says caught 5 skinks today with the kids. One was just a tail and wrinkled for about 2 minutes in boy's hand. I didn't want to touch it. Scared. Yeah, that sounds that's a good time. I can understand why you wouldn't want to touch it. My friend, uh, who my alien bro that he loves skinks and lizards and stuff like that. All right, John says when you grow weed, you can control the weed growing indoor, turn off the lights, and plant goes to sleep. I didn't know that. That's very interesting. Now, what are those lights that when people grow it inside, they apparently have like these purple or like neon type lights they use? I don't really know what the purpose of that is exactly, but I know with different plants you can have them under a lamp, to germinate them and grow them. But yeah, I didn't know about that. I guess it's similar to like a flower that closes up. Yeah, I'm thinking like I know flowers close up when nighttime happens. I don't know about plant going to sleep. Okay, thank you, Adventure. Yeah, because I've never grown that before or know anything about that plant because I don't smoke anything. But yeah, I didn't think that's how it worked, but I don't know anything about it. So, uh, it, I just think it's a plant that is there, like a plant like that. And I will give okay. I'll show y'all a better example. So it's like this plant right here. That is not weed, as you all know. It's pyrite. It's pyrite weed, but it's not really weed. And like these plants, right? They're just chilling here at night, right? And during the daytime, they'll just be there. They just exist like this. Although it's not that other plant, it looks kind of similar to it for some reason. And yeah, so thank you, Adventure and John, for the perspectives. And Mark says the most horrible mint is gory mint. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So I don't know if I ever tried that mint before. But I'm sure, as you said, it's horrible, so I probably never had it because I had the good mint. So yeah, my point is that McCassland and all those nuclear scientists that went missing are being deleted or relocated because they were being, had they knew something about the extraterrestrials or whatever people think they are. They could be demons, they could be clones, whatever those things are. It could be whatever. It's some whatever's there, whatever it is there. So yeah, they know something. They're trying to stop it. Them from and then there's going to be disclosure about you extraterrestrials or whatever they are, and I'm sure they're going to cause a deception, or they're going to try to make people think certain ideologies, or try to disprove religion or whatever, which I don't believe that would disprove religion, but or they're going to have some agenda behind what they're doing, right? So and the Epstein stuff being released, I just think the bottom line, the silver lining, is that they want to do a distraction from various things that have been exposed. People have had enough, and eventually they released information, but their ultimate goal is censorship. Oh yes, I agree with you, Adventure. Definitely lots of hidden extraterrestrials. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, Mark. You could say gooberment. That's what uh, aliens, insiders like us say. They say gooberment. So I like David Major Grush was saying how there are so many aliens that are being held by our government. There are so many types of people that have spacecrafts. The government themselves have spacecrafts. They're just completely concealing all these things, and there's a giant Kandahar that they say didn't happen, but it did happen. So yeah, I just completely think it's a giant censorship campaign that isn't going to really survive in the long term. Pickman says those astronauts that came back are extraterrestrials. The real ones are long gone. All right, all right. Thank you for your take on that. And so there's allegedly scenes where they're trying to cover up craft that was there, right? They were trying to cover up uh, parts where extraterrestrial aircraft may have been seen. So you might be asking, alien, what does that mean? So there are allegedly extraterrestrial craft that were used during this ordeal, if it did happen. And that's when they were going out for 40 seconds or whatever. They're trying to hide those other craft that people were looking at. Oh, Kushner may be one of them. Okay. Yeah, now I do believe there are lizard aliens and reptilians existing, and even the possibility of them existing among us. That they're shapeshifters in disguise. All right, and eventually, I don't think they went near the moon recently or ever. I think they were on some type of military op. Ah, okay. Okay, you think that it was a military op. That makes sense. A very good point. And, you know, because it's like they were testing out craft. The military and the governments are known to conduct things that behind the scenes that we don't usually would know about, like all kinds of different experiments, different types of operations that they don't let us know about. So I wouldn't put it past them that it had to do with something, but definitely seems suspicious. Like the images kind of don't make any sense. There is the dude that was talking about from the crew said it's the first time humans have been to the moon and orbiting the moon, right? And been in our atmosphere. So there you go. If it's the first time they went to the moon, then they weren't at the moon before. And with all the technology we have, they can't go and land them on the moon when they land them on a tin can in the 60s. And in the moon landing footage, the original one, they show a dude. I mean, they show a cameraman, right? And the dude's watching the spacecraft go into space. And everybody was saying they left the cameraman behind. So, and they had a rover on Mars. I mean, on the moon. So, there's some stuff about this that's questionable. Well, you know what? I'm using a green screen with. Okay, it's not really a green screen, but I'm saying it's a green screen. This is a real garden. But I'm saying it's a green screen because there's green plants. But no, this is real. It's all real. All right. And let's see. It feels like some kind of zoo we live in. Yeah. Yeah. Don't buy Nutella. Right. Two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl. That's a good one. That's a good one. Not to mention that NASA employees saying that they would love to go back, but they lost the 1969 technology. A technology that wasn't even in existence. Yeah. So that's what I agree with is that they kind of catch themselves in a spot. Land the moon in a Hershey Kisses. Yeah, and a little Hershey Kisses thing. Yeah. So that is what I definitely think it is sus. So yeah, the Archimedes 2 maybe is a distraction from the war in the Middle East is maybe distractions from Epstein and distractions from the extraterrestrials being talked about and people that are scientists that are going missing know something that they don't want them to expose. There's a one theory that they could be aliens themselves that were being brought back to their planet. That's another thing I've heard. So yeah, but that is the bottom line. The silver lining, okay, is that the Archimedes 2 may have not have actually went where they said it went, in my opinion, or if it did, it's a complete psyop. And the people that were going there were allegedly going for the first time, which means that humans never went there in the first place. There must be a cameraman on the moon right now, and an extra cameraman inside the space shuttle that they had the Archimedes 2. So yeah, it's just things don't completely add up with it. It was something cool to see and all, but I don't completely trust what we see because it usually doesn't make any sense to me about these things. Uh, right. We have been lied to too much. When you tell the truth, you don't have to remember it. All right. When people lie too much, you don't really know what they're trying to do or what is being said or what's being done. Right. And I got a bridge to sell you for sale. Ah, right, right, exactly. Everything in a lie. All these textbooks are lies. Oh yeah, and I feel that science, history, I believe there's much truth in the. I mean, one thing I want to point out is the elephant in the room. So the elephant in the room is the fact that there are so many people that I know because when you get red pilled adventure, it's kind of lonely. Right. It's kind of lonely. Yeah. So what I think is that with the school system, I think school is good to help you think and learn how to do stuff, but there's all these random math equations that they'll teach us how to do, and I like math. When I got older, I was better at math than when I was younger, but it can be very difficult. But my main subject was history, that I was really good with, and sciences. But the thing with what we're speaking of is that with the UFO theory, all ties into this because they don't teach people things in school that would necessarily help them make money or do well in life. They teach them these random equations and things, and the way they have the system is backwards from the Industrial Revolution, where they had people work in factories. That's the way the school system works. So I think the school system would need reform. I think that there are lies in the history books, lies in the way in the textbooks in general, or at least it's kind of skewed. Exactly, Rockefellers. The Rockefellers want to have a system where people can have a bunch of workers that can work like cogs in a machine and for their empire, right? So they created the 9 to 5 work schedule. They created a lot of banking stuff, and the way everything is conducted now, the schools and everything. It was all designed for their matrix. Reading and writing. How about some financial literacy? Schools were designed to keep you dumb. Yeah, I remember I was graduating and I already graduated, and then like a year later, I was talking to one of my friends that was like a senior, and I was telling him, they never, teach about taxes and stuff, and he said that they taught them taxes this year, and I'm like, well, I guess they didn't like my group or something, and he started laughing because, yeah, I think that a lot of the stuff they don't teach them about basic things that they should know, and reading and writing is good, and learning about. I remember one time in history we were talking about the Indian caste system from 1,000 years ago, and I liked it. I thought it was interesting, but we really need to know that. But they're not teaching about taxes and finances and stuff like that, though. So it's like I could tell you all about the Indian caste system and the wars that happened, but it's like telling you about how the tax forms work, I'd be lost. So from what I learned from there, so that is something is the elephant in the room. Now AI is going to take over in worker bee theory. Yes, the AI also communicates with itself. They talk to each other. That's something else that AI does, and I think it is absolutely astonishing how it has completely it's going to take over a lot of jobs. And there are look, for instance, there's minimum wage that was talked about. And I do think people should be able to, work and have their own, livelihoods. And as I said, people that disagree with me can feel free to tell me if I'm off about something. But when they raise the minimum wage, you'll have a problem where everything else gets more expensive. And the other factor in this is that they at one of the fast food places they got a robot with AI, right? And it was flipping burgers. And even at McDonald's, you go in there and they have this big prompt that you go on that tells you how to, uh, order your food. So they can replace people with robots. For instance, in the Willy Wonka movie of 2005, spoiler alert, they showed an interesting concept how you can you can take this thing like the in the factory, the chocolate factory, where the grandfather worked, or maybe the father. It was the father that was working in the chocolate factory, and he lost his job because of the machines. And AI is going to take a lot of jobs, and people don't understand that they can always replace them with a robot, or in a lot of situations. Now, some things they can't really do at the moment, but yeah, eventually they're just going to have everything with robots and AI. So when they sell you, oh, we're going to give you some minimum wage help, but they really have a sinister plan because when they do that, they really make all the money. They really don't care about the people. They're just trying to make themselves more money because it's like a reverse psychology trick. A very extreme version in communism, they're going to give the workers a utopia, and uh, there was this thing where they would give everybody everything they needed, right? But the joke about this is it's a practical joke. They took everything the people had and they seized the means of production and kept it for themselves, and everybody got scraps. So that's like the thing. Like when they tell you that, there's really a con, in my opinion, of course. All right, so let's read chat. Definition of gaslighting. Facts. Unemployment will go crazy next couple of years at a drastic rate. Yeah, yeah, it's going to be astronomical, and there could be a depression or something like that could occur. Yeah, it's certainly a domino that's going to just keep on falling. And I'm decently a believer in lost civilization theory. I think it last happened in 1600s most recently. The orphan syndrome was insane. Oh yeah, very good point, Mark. I like that. Here's a hammer and a nail. Yeah. Taking action, I think, is the most important thing, and taking risks when they need to be taken. And also, yes, lots of rubbish. Insane. The syndrome, I don't, I'm not completely familiar with what that is. If you want to explain it more about that, I'm not completely familiar with that. But yeah, that's a good point. And I do believe in lost civilizations. I think that is a true thing that exists. And I mean, it just kind of reminds you of the lost city of Atlantis. Like, I do believe there's a lost city of Atlantis, and there's a hollow Earth theory. Like in Antarctica, there is a door that people can go into, but it's actually like a side of a mountain. There's this thing people can enter. And for instance, there is these people over in one of the colonies, and they all disappeared, and they just left one thing carved into a tree that was a native tribe. So that is something I do think is true. Oh, okay, Admiral Byard. Yes. Yes. Okay. And yeah, I just think it is really crucial that people know about this. I do think there are distractions. Yes, I do agree with you about orphan syndrome. Yeah, and let's see. Yeah, and Admiral Byard. Yes. Yeah, and you see when people remember the thing is that especially from the Soviets, they had this concept where they wanted to do the more from Yuri Bezmenov's what he was saying that they wanted to do demoralization and division, and he that's what that is like they want to cause demoralization for a society. They want to cause demoralization and division, and that's what a lot of this stuff is. Now, although the Soviet Union is long gone, the people may not trust Russia, which is different than communism. That is up to people what they think about that. But the communist China exists still, and I believe they're still actively, and America itself is just wants to destroy itself from within. So that is the main problem with America is that it would destroy itself from within. Yeah, divide and conquer, right? All right, so okay, Admiral uh, Richard E. Byard was a pioneer in American naval officer aviation and polar exploration. Renowned for leading multiple Arctic expeditions, and he claimed to fight flights over poles. He was Medal of Honor, and yeah, that is very cool too. I do believe in the Arctic. There's all kinds of UFOs and things they don't like tell us about. And Mark says definition is when they piss on you and tell you it's raining. If you don't believe them, you get mental hospital. Gaslighting. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think with gaslighting is a big problem, and they will have political activists and activists in the science field, activists in the field of food, and anything like say people said that the what's it called the hor- the the thing that helps with with a coof. I call it coof. That thing was said to be, they called it a horse dewormer, but it's used for horse deworming, but it's not really completely for horse deworming. It could be used for other things. But that they would say was something completely not to be used. Ivermectin is what it's called. Ivermectin. But it actually works. Say with food, right? Here's a perfect example about the food industry. Back in the past, people used to smoke like cigarettes all the time. And if people smoke, that is everyone else's business. No big deal. But people are getting sick from cancer, right? But they are telling the doctors and everybody was saying, breathe it in your throat and your lungs, and it makes you healthy. And they're just like trying to delete everybody. So I think that even the professionals may not be trusted. Those are the very people that may be going against you. I remember an expedition a few years ago. All these famous people going to Antarctica on a trek tours was telling, yeah, weird, and they were being shown what's hidden there. I see. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like the elites, they're a clique, an international clique, and they are trying to completely hide what there's really there. So Antarctica in general, I think there's something hidden there. Civilizations that don't want us to see. There could be passageways to another realm, or UFOs, or some sort of cryptid, right? Or some sort of base or energy source that they don't want us knowing about. So that is what I think. There's something suspicious about Antarctica. There are so much questions that are not being answered, and like the elites and establishment definitely would have access to it over us. I think it would be a wise thing to point that out, and I'm glad we did. We aren't allowed to go there because it's too dangerous, and they care. Oh yeah, yeah, it's dangerous, and they care. Yeah, definitely. And they care about us so much. It makes me. It puts a tear in my eye. Yeah, and they aren't allowed. But Prince Harry was one of them. Oh yeah, of course Prince Harry went there. Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, they really care about us so much. Oh, Prince Harry's he with Meghan, he wrote a book, and he's uh definitely has a hard. Although the passing of his mother was difficult on him, but still, the that was a tragedy. But the he did have some good things happen in his life, and I just think the whole thing he's doing with Megan is a money thing. That's they don't really care about anything else but their own benefit is what they're doing. Just a bunch of smoke and mirrors. The last thing you want to hear is from the government, and I'm here to help. This is the mother was pure evil. His mother was pure evil man. Now, I think, in my opinion, she did. Now, you could tell me if you heard things that are not good about her. I do think the royal family in general, what seems to be suspicious. I'm beyond suspicious about things that I've seen over time. But she seems to have been exposing things about them, though. Oh, vampires. Okay, okay. The adrenochrome. Like with the, yeah, I didn't know she was involved with that, but I hear what you're saying. I definitely she allegedly she was trying to expose them. That's why I was thinking maybe she wasn't part of that, but I hear what you're saying. Bloodthirst, right? Okay, and yeah, because a lot of there's something called adrenochrome that can be harvested from children allegedly and people in general, I think, and they go by fear, and they drink. That's Epstein and stuff. Like they wanted to absorb the because Aleister Crowley, the occultist, believed that there's people of the kids are pure energy. You got proof in the Epstein. Okay, yeah, and I've been and I go through the Epstein files and been studying them a lot. So yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, uh, thank you for the info. And they're all like working together for their cause. I One thing that I understand is that when these occultic ideas were coming into high society in like the 1800s and 1900s and stuff, this is where it started. And then they wanted to, like vampires drinking blood. Like the vampires always existed, and they aren't only vampires from leeching off the people, metaphorically, but literally they're doing it too. So that is what I definitely think is a factor. So yeah, adrenochrome is harvested from them, and that is the point about what these different elites are doing. So I'll explain about what elites are because I say that a lot. So elites can be different families that have been presidents, people that are very not every single person, it goes person by person, but people in Hollywood. There's people in like royal families and people across the world, and they make like a clique, like an organization. And in my theory, in my opinion, say there's somebody that's into like an occultic practice, right? And then they get this magical power. Then they have other people do it too, and they're already part of the secret club. So that is how it starts, and they have control over media, and they have control over political influences, and they have a lot of money, so they can try to hide bad things that they do. So it's like a serial deleter or something, but with lots of money and power. And they are all about dumb, deep underground. All presidents are bloodlines. Yes, all of them. It's proven. Yeah, yeah. Yes, I believe from what I have read that all the presidents are related that have existed. All right, to stop vampire from wanting blood is garlic, and the way blue vervain stops vampires. Vampires know when a person is drinking blue vervain. I never knew that. Thank you. Yeah, and exactly why they want to get people to not have that anymore because it was something good. Right, I see what you're saying. Right, and Adventure says also the Gooberman using free energy, possibly Nikola Tesla tech, and charge the crap out of us. You see, thank you for bringing that up. And another thing is, at least solar panel is something we know about in this moment in 2026. Is that solar panels can be used to draw energy from the sun, right? And I think there's restrictions about solar panels, and they're also very expensive. So I think, and they're not even completely accurate. If it got cloudy, the solar panel would go out, and you wouldn't have any energy. So it does depend on that factor also. Now, something that I want to bring up is the Tesla had this idea of wireless Wi-Fi, not Wi-Fi, but wireless electricity. Oh, and yes, okay, good to know. Good to know. Yeah, so I think, in my opinion, they for instance, Tesla came up with this brilliant idea. He was certainly a genius of wireless electricity, and people could have electricity for free wirelessly. But they didn't do that, and they use it for Wi-Fi instead. And even Wi-Fi can be spotty at times. So, in general, so I do think they have technology that was invented that they don't give us, and they make tons of money off that. It's like taxing. If you look at Abraham Lincoln's time period when he was doing his cause in the Civil War, and when he would be in a room watching doing Morse code in a room, and it has the same type of phone lines that we use now. It's like I think it's very outdated, and I do think, in my opinion, there are extraterrestrial technology. And again, people think that they're fallen angels, and people think that they're a clone that humans or aliens or something, or clones that were created by us or by something else, or if they're interdimensional or if they're demonic, whatever those things are, they have this really advanced technology that they're concealing from us, and they don't want people to know about it. And when they have that happen, you concealing all of that technology, that causes a problem because they want people to have the bare minimum. Okay, they don't want people to have what they could have, so the elites keep it for themselves but not giving anybody else anything. So I do think there is truth to that, where they have alien technology, they have technology from other inventors, but they don't let us have it because it's too profitable. Like, for instance, someone has disease like cancer and stuff. In my opinion, it's too valuable to the treatments and stuff. So they want to do these horrible things because it makes the money. If the solar panel can get energy from the sun, an Apple Watch can take charge from your wrist. That's a good point, John. That, there you go. And if it does, it's the bare minimum. You see, I wish in the dark again. I wish I was in the dark again. Like demons, like CERN bringing them in. Definitely keeping people sick. Yeah. You see, when you realize these things, it's really disturbing. You know, if you ever seen Goosebumps or read the books, which I'm sure you have, there is this episode of Goosebumps Horrorland, and they had these grotesque monsters that were going out of their way to bring the humans there and eat them. So that's basically the people that really run the world, are those things. And CERN, yes, CERN is this portal thing that was created that I do think are bringing the interdimensional beings into our dimension. I do think aliens are demonic, but I'm not denying that there are aliens from other planets that visit us. But I do think a lot of them are demonic, that are coming from these portals, from CERN. Yeah, and I do think the CERN thing is opening up stuff spiritually, spiritual warfare, and also warfare of the mind as well. Keep that money wheel turning. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there is the people make trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars, like money that we can never even fathom in a million years what that actually is. Okay, whatever that means, and it's greed, and that's why many religions talk about letting go of greed and those things because it's the root of evil. And I agree because, but that's the whole point. That's why they want to censor religion, because it's their biggest opponent. Like in the communist countries, they went and censored religion everywhere and caused chaos. All right. Notice all the unhealthy food is still on every grocery store shelves, even though everyone knows about it. Yeah. And all the healthy food is harder to get. Yeah. It is a system that was like designed against us pretty much. The Illuminati have a small telescope from your wrist and your elbow, and how big is a telescope when you look through it and you see the future? Interesting. Interesting. I do think a lot of our devices, which I like to use, we all use devices like this, that they could be tracking, at least at the very minimum, they are tracking different things that have to do with the bare minimum, as I just said a moment ago, because I gotta get to my point, is that they're tracking user data, like what people are looking up, what people are doing. That is something for certain that they are actively doing. So that's why I think it is extremely essential to understand that people are being monitored in the cyber realm. But whatever you do, do not tap the ground for your own water. Uh, keep paying the water department. Right, right. Exactly, like a water well. like they used to have back in the like Jack and Jill went down a hill. When I was little, there was like a fairy tale park, and they had the concept of okay, they had this concept of like a water well, right? And they have water wells like in the country. So yeah, they don't want people doing that because it's all toxic, but they want people to fund the water industrial complex. Keep paying water department. Water is the most abundant resource on earth. Yeah, you see another thing which I always uh I I believe in free markets personally, but I will say that something interesting is that water is being sold and being made money off of. Something that's essential for human and animal and pet and life for everything. So I that is something that I do think is an interesting symbolism there. That it's going to be there's fluoride in it. There's all kinds of stuff in it that could be toxic. Hypothetically, plastics aren't good for you either. And we're just absorbing all of this stuff, and there's microplastics too. So yeah, you just got to wonder, like maybe the rural lifestyle could be a good idea. All right. I know a guy that couldn't tap spring until his farm. It was his breaking point. He moved to Argentina. Really? They wouldn't let him do it on his own land? Yeah, I can see why he was frustrated. Wow. That's wild. John says, my friend's father did the investigation on the Zodiac killer, and when he investigated and went to the police station, they tried to kill him to shut down about the investigation. Robert H. Hunter is the Zodiac. Okay, thank you for that information. I I have studied that. That was the first true crime case. Some of you might know me of the trial stuff, but the first true crime case I ever knew about was a Zodiac killer. And one night, I was at my grandparents' house, and I was like pretending to be asleep, and my grandma was watching a documentary about him. I thought this dude's wacko, man, but they could never find out who it was. So, and my grandparents were alive during that time period. I mean, they're still alive now, but they were, doing their, stuff. People were probably around my age or so around that time. And yeah, it just they never found out who it was. There's a person that was allegedly the Zodiac killer, and they didn't get him in time or ever get him prosecuted because he died before they could get to him. But uh, the alleged person that it was. So yeah, they never found out who it was. It's very mysterious circumstances. There's a theory that it was. I know you just told me who it was, but there's a theory that it was multiple people and doing it, more than one. So yeah, that's a real mysterious case that was never solved. And the telescopes show that the dimensions you can even show your future before it happens. Lottery ticket as well. I pump my water from the ground where my land is, and water is free. It's spring water. Ah, okay. Okay. Okay, thanks. Yeah, and yeah, I definitely think it is important to know these concepts. And let's see. Hello, Noah. Hey, Noah. Welcome to the stream. And Noise, a tinfoil hat. That's what it is. A tinfoil hat emoji. Welcome to the macaroni crew. And John said, I pump water from the ground where my land. Yeah, that's great that you pump the water, dude. I know one of my friends, Alexa, she has it pumped from the ground too. And that's good to, get it more naturally. Oh, they do. Yes, yes, you are correct. You are correct. The Simonians eat it. Yes. Yes, that means you joined the group. Yes. That is awesome. Welcome to it's the macaroni crew right there. And So how do you do that? Oh, okay, interesting. So anyway, the I'll tell you something that I've not told anybody, Noah. The macaroni crew origins. The macaroni crew, the where it comes from, there's something called the macaroni penguin, and it's kind of like from the Disney Pixar things, Surfs Up, and it's this penguin that has lots of looks kind of like an alien penguin. It has like looks like very like he's wearing a hat or something. And there's these macaronis in England, which there were these people in England that were into the Italian type of dress. So there's people that dressed it very fancy with big wigs and stuff. But the penguin itself, it was a very exotic looking penguin. And one night we were talking about it. So it was an alien penguin, and that's where it does have to do with macaroni, like the food, but it also has to do with that penguin, which I thought was just hilarious. The origins of it, because these people that were exploring, they found the penguin, and bro was just like, "Hey, that's a macaroni penguin." Yeah. So yeah, definitely. And John says that's what they say. They never found who it was. It was Robert H. Hunter from Skull and Bones. Oh, yeah. See, with the Skull and Bones, it's going to be censored because they're part of the elite and they have all that money and power to conceal what they're really doing. Exactly. Okay. Well, thank you, because they're able to stop people from knowing that information. There's conspiracy theories. Yes. Yeah. It's very dark. Hello, teleport. There's conspiracy theories like Jack the Ripper, which okay, they found out who Jack the Ripper was, who the real Jack the Ripper was through DNA, but apparently it could have been one of the royals, and that could have been an interesting possibility because they had all that money to conceal it. John said, "My friends, yeah, scared. Noah scared." John said, "My friend's dad solved this shut him off. That's because it's Robert Hunter of the Skull and Bones, who was with George W. Bush." Yeah, and George Bush was def both. I think both parents. I mean, the father and the son were both in that. And that makes perfect sense. Yeah, and here's all of the random plants to enjoy. Yeah, and oh, he was from the Illuminati setup. Oh, Noah, the moon is not out yet. You a planet though, okay? Odd. Good evening, Saw Girl. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, and that is Bubbles. A shout out to Bubbles. Okay, well, it looks like bro is seeing something. There must be a rat in that tree. Okay, that's what he's looking at. Yeah, scared. The plant right there is the Samoans eat that plant. Oh, okay, thank you. Did you get my comment about last night's string? It was pretty traumatic. Here last night in our neighborhood, the kids are okay. Oh, Saw Girl, I responded to it. I responded to your message, and I thank you for filling me in. Your son-in-law is a very noble and brave what he did, and the first responders, and that is extremely traumatic. And those people need to really go slow and be careful because someone's life could have been lost. So I really am glad that the Lord blessed him that no one was hurt. And thank you for filling me in about and updating me. I was very concerned about you and the people that were in the accident because I remember last night you were just making puzzles and talking to us, and you hear this car's like on fire. I'm like, damn, Lord, scared. So that is something that I got your full update, and thank you for filling me in. I was very concerned. Noise. Oh yeah, yeah. Uh, very good job, Noah. Excellent. Hello, Rose. Welcome to the stream. We are watching feline, our feline friend Claude right here. I know, and you see, in cats, I think can see the spiritual realm too. You know, the cats can see the spiritual realm, and but he sees a tree rat. All right, somewhere in there. That's what Bro is looking at. Oh yeah, yeah. And I think the cactus is, very cool. And the thing with cactuses is that they only, do well in climates because sometimes like here they could grow but not as well I think as other places. But yeah, very interesting. When I was little, I had a small cactus plant, Illuminati. Yeah, teleport snow. Uh, I hear what you're saying when uh, if you come here like more often and you see like cool people, I'll I'll give you one eventually. And need a visual. Cactus or cacti belong in the deserts, not in someone's windowsill. Yes, yes, I know. And the cactus was very small, or cacti, whatever it is. It was very small, and the plant was extremely little, and it was a cute little thing. And yeah, but definitely belonged in the deserts for sure. I remember feeling it, and it was all prickly. It was the prickly plant. Yeah, and certainly the thing is like with Timu. Another thing with Timu. Oh, that's very fascinating. That's awesome. Excellent. Okay, and the cat moved a little bit. Okay, awesome, Noah. An arrowhead. When I was little, there is a in Kentucky. There is an arrowhead that was, or a tomahawk that was found from a long time ago that was in the ground. So that was something cool. And my mate's cat jumped in my lap. What's up with that? Hey, Rhymes, should I have been a rapper? Yes, you would have been a rapper, and you would have been faster than a raptor. And the bars would have been steaming and setting ablaze with a intellectual haze. Right. There you go. All right. So, well, according to Claude Teleport, you do need a visual. So I don't know. All right. All right. So what happened was I went out for a second. And I think I'm back now. All right. So you chat. Let me know if I'm out. Anytime Siamese cats Just okay. And let's see. Siamese cat, all black. Just say chat. Oh yes, yes. Yeah, I'll check it out later. Noah, thank you for letting me know. All right, I know when people's watching me because I store and two people random came to me and told me you're out of the matrix, and I told them yes, I'm out of the matrix. Oh, interesting, interesting. You know, anytime I go out, a problem happens. People try to fight all the time, and one thing they never come up to me. Yeah, yeah, and definitely the struggle is real when that is going on. Yeah, definitely. John said, those two people who came to me threaten me because I'm out of the matrix. When a person opens up the telekinesis, and I'll say, yes, yes, I did. You see, they don't want people breaking out of the matrix. They, so I think that is very cool that people are breaking out of the matrix, but then again, there are going to be people that want to stop and hinder people from breaking out of the matrix completely. So they're going to be intimidated because it's like a cult. Like they don't want people leaving the cult. Let's see. All right, like they're trying to stop. I'm just being nice with anger inside. I would not be good. Those Illuminatis who came up to me and gas station should watch out. Yeah, they ought to watch out. They ought to stop lying because the patience has its limits, and one day their lying reptilian vampirical mouths will be shut. Yeah, so yeah, you have this. Sawgirl says, I'm just going to alert tonight. Oh, you're just going to alert tonight. Not even going to build a puzzle, but I'm exhausted from last night. It was very, very traumatic. Oh, okay. Oh, Noah, I'm doing a show right now, but I'll look at it when I'm done, okay? Thank you. I'll definitely look at it. Now, Noah, is it on the channel that you have right there? Noah Perellis, J8N. Just so I can know where to go. Thank you. And like when the governments they spy on me online because I know too much. Dude, I know exactly what you're talking about. My cousin, who is not alive anymore, which is very there's conspiracy theories about my cousin's death. By the way, he was an activist, and he was trying to, expose these things like we're exposing years before, and he he was monitored and surveilled all the time. Yeah, so I know what you're talking about. Oh, hello, mermaid. Welcome to the stream. Mark, no. Oh, oh, okay. Thank you, Noah. No, bruh. Uh, Mark, that is wild. I haven't seen that one. Okay, Noah, understood. Hello, mermaid. Good evening to you. Always a pleasure. And John said, grow some elderberries, the cure for a coof 19. Is elderberries a cure for, is going to come out, and it'll be elderberries again. I watched The Walking Dead. Oh, I like The Walking Dead. That's a good one, by the way. Okay, and Snow says, bro, please mod me temporarily so I can just click cry. Okay, I mean, yeah, you gotta rephrase that. I didn't quite understand that. But I hear you. And yeah. Anyway, Mermaid said trying way and everyone else yes and just trying to oh, understood, Mermaid. And I believe in I as I said before, relapses and things will happen, and You got to take it one day at a time, and if you fall, as long as you get back up again, I think it is a strength. So you keep on, even if it's a journey that may not happen overnight, you'll eventually get this. Noise. Oh, he's doing the same thing. Nice. And Sawgirl says, I watched all three movies, A Quiet Place today, and weird. It's so sad in a lot of ways. Have you seen those movies, Alien, Quiet Place? Yes, I saw them at the movie theater. It is very sad. And it's very psychological, also. Very good. I saw them every year with with fam. All right, and the cat is over there that way. Yeah, and I originally didn't have the memberships, but there's people that wanted to have certain stickers, so it was requested by my audience. So that's why I have it because the people wanted different stickers to use in chat. Yeah, so um, and Mermaid says, "I like that you have them. It suits the channel." Okay, thank you, Mermaid. Yeah, Moki, great genius. She was like, tell me these different stickers ideas, and other people want sticker ideas too. So I was like, all right, we're gonna do it then. And as I said, it's 99 cents to be a member. It's the cheapest membership on YouTube. If I could make it free, I would. But it's just how YouTube works. Okay, and such a cutie cats are all yes. And well, I have it, and I'm not trying to worry, but I promise. Okay, understood. Yes, Mermaid. It's only 99 cents. It's like buying iTunes back in 2010 or 2009. Yeah, it's only 99 cents. Just a few cents. I mean, 'cause if I could make it free, I would, but they didn't let me make it free. Yeah. Yes, 99 cents a month. That's it. And let's see. Okay. And yeah, it's too late for them. It's too late. In the Bible, I explained one inside the Bible is just people should not understand until I break it down. Yes, yes. And amen. Amen. Yes, exactly. Right. Oh, and many people on the streams gift them out. And if there's a way to select people, that would be cool, but they don't select people. It just does it randomly. But yeah, it would be very cool when that's done, definitely. Yeah, so the membership is only 99 cents. If I could make it free, I would. Right. And John said, never worry for one kills the physical body, worried for one destroy the body with glory spirit. Oh, you've been gifted one before? And yeah, scared. And Mermaid said alien, and that happens on other channels. I didn't know it was random. I have been gifted one. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah. People begged me, not begged me, yeah, as people were begging because they want to use stickers in the chat. And I didn't have it at first, but I was like, okay, since it was requested, I'll do it. And, I don't run ads in my live streams at all. That's something I don't do. A lot of people run ads in their live streams, and I have an ad free channel, uh, ad free live streams, rather. So, yeah. Oh, he's getting political. I got you, mermaid. Okay. Yeah. Oh, right, right. Understood, mermaid. And yeah, you do what you feel is best. Now, if your audience requests it or they want you to do stickers for your channel, maybe you can consider it. But yeah, so if your audience wants stickers and stuff while they watch you, maybe it could be something you could consider. That's why I did it. But you do what you feel is best for your channel. Yes, exactly, mermaid. And also, my dude John said, police officers a long time ago came up to me and told me my feelings of all crookedness, and they do pick point of them right and spot where the edges pissed them off. Oh, okay, okay, scared. And yeah, that is really wild indeed. Oh no, Kevin, I definitely have. I could no, I have the ability to run ads. And some of the things do have ads in them, but not the streams. So you don't get ads. That's something that's true. Okay, so Murray said, trying to think of what stickers I'd like to do. Gooby, Mermaid, Cook, thanks for the heads up. Also, heading to a video. I'll see you in a few hours. Okay, Mermaid, see you in a few hours. Yes. Also, handling a video. Okay, so yeah, no, I'm glad you like those stickers. Scared. Scared. All right, so yeah. All right, so John said, yeah, never worry about a single thing because always have faith in Christ and everything will be fine. And by the way, Noah, I'm going to show you a planet right now. So there's no moon out, but I'll show you a planet. Okay. So I'm going to turn this off and we're going to go this way. Yes, Kevin is trying to sneak a diss. Yes. All right. So this is, I believe that might be Sirius. It's a big star. Yes, Mermaid, you're excellent at doing it. You are the definitely a great at calling them out, and you don't let them get away with it. You always do excellent. Defender of the spaceship. Yeah, so here it is. This is, I believe, Sirius because it keeps blinking lights. Yeah, and it's very colorful. I watched Simpsons. Homer Simpson is one of the exposed about the Epstein file. Yeah, the Simpsons have exposed a lot of things, and they have done. They predicted everything pretty much, even Gerald the dolphin. Yes, yes, exactly. A backhanded compliment. Yeah. You love this do a diss and trying to say an insult with a comment. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Mark, we saw the Afro Man trial. I streamed it with chat. Yeah. Alien, who said that they blocked me? Oh, hilarious. Oh, yeah. Yeah, remember, they can't handle the heat when it's brought back to them. Also, with my merch. Like, I have merch. and people wanted to buy my merch, so I made merch for. I remember one night it was low three ish. She wanted like these certain types of merch, and I was like, "All right, I'll go make it." And yeah, so the reason why I have merch is because it was requested, and that was pretty cool to do. So it's nice to people that are interested in that. That's cool. Yeah, the lemon cake. Yeah. And Mermaid said, I want to buy X merch, but his shirt is 30 plus shipping. Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, oh, yeah. So definitely with the prices and stuff, it can be a deterrent indeed. But a chief of police department should have been scolded. Yeah, well, when people are doing investigations, they gotta make sure they got what they're doing right. Yeah. Now, there's always like a Timu investigation, and there's like an actual investigation. Yeah. So I remember watching that. Oh, getting off my property. Yeah. And I remember they were playing his like rap songs in the court, and everybody online was like hysterical. Yeah. So yeah, the Afro Man trial was funny. Mermaid, I found it. I'll send it to you later. It took me a while, then I finally found it. I did send it to you in a comment, but maybe it didn't go through. But yeah, I'll send it to you later. I had to go through a couple different hoops because it wasn't. It was very hard to find. It wasn't really straightforward. Yeah, you vandalized my property. Yeah, yeah, that would be definitely a lot of people would use that as a ringtone, probably. What hell is it called? Find that one song. I have it um saved here. Well, yeah, okay, because the link to it is on the computer, but I have to, uh, yeah, I could right now. You know what I could do right now? I could go in and of go. I'm gonna go on my computer with you here. Oh, okay. Thank God. Okay, so I don't mind doing it right now, but it's a little bit. I'm not on my computer because there's a link, right? There's a link, and the video is there, so I'll send it to you later. Yeah, because I don't know the top of it off my head, and right now I'm not on the computer right now. But I could go on the computer right now and tell you what it was. But I do it later. Okay, thank you, Mermaid. By the way, Mermaid, I like the fiery red hair you have. Very cool. Yeah. So definitely zooming into this moon right here. You see how it's blinking, how it's twinkling, and just send it to me later. And thinks a game is playing. Gonna piss me off. Thanks, Alien. All I do with my hair myself, and not a wig, but people ask me to buy their wigs. Okay. Oh, you are extremely talented at that. It's really excellent, really excellent. And yeah, I'm sure people would want you to do that, but you got it all done on your own. Excellent. Facts. Yeah, so that's the Planet Sirius. This is what well, I'm going to be stable because I'm bouncing all over the place because y'all can't see anything if I keep shaking like this. So, all right, here we go. This is the star Sirius, and you notice it blinking different lights. I think at least, maybe you can't see it, but it's blinking different lights. and it's doing that because it's like a color wheel. Allegedly, extraterrestrials come from this planet. I mean, from the star system, and the Egyptians on the Nile would watch this before floods happen. So that's very historical what we're looking at. And now I'm going to start shaking again to get myself repositioned. All right, there we go. My mother is hairdresser for 20 plus years. Oh, well, that's where we get it from. And she taught you well. She taught you very well. And I'm glad that you applied it to 100% capacity because that's what you did. Definitely is good. So having her is a very good asset because she could do all that for you. Right, said, I wish I could be like her. She balls out, she's loaded. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Well, shout out to your mom. Definitely sounds excellent. Mm. Wrong way. I pressed the wrong button. Okay, let's go back. And let's see, mermaid. I came from a long line of Beatricians. However, I did not get the knack for the dexterity, and it takes long to be a Beatrician. Dislike hair long, although I donated. I did donate it once. Donated a hair cancer foundation at the time, and so it was. Oh well, for a while, and but growing back now, and I like my hair, not dislike my hair. Oh, that's good. You like your hair long, or that is very noble of you, and thank you for sharing with us. Absolutely, another beauty queen, love it, and truly thought myself, and heck your job. I love bobs, and I had one and miss it and getting bob with a wig. They're very beautiful. Yeah, facts, facts. Hilarious, Mark. By the way, I think Jim Carrey has been replaced. I think that's not really him. I think that bro has been cloned. And him being cloned is really messed up because like the person there wasn't him, or he had a body double because he's been exposing the elites and stuff for a very long time now, and now he is missing. Uh, we think he's missing because it doesn't really look like him. So yeah, I definitely think he did a good job of exposing them. Ah, got you, Saw Girl. Now on the computer, I could show you more, but clones are going rampant. Okay, so Saw Girl, there is an award show that Jim Carrey was at, and the person looks nothing like him. It's a different eye color and everything, and he's speaking in French, and he was talking about. So there's a theory that he was replaced by a clone, or he has a body double, and he is not confirmed on video or anything that he's okay and he's around, and he just looks nothing like the way he did before. And I can show you on the computer. So that is what's going around now. Or what happened was he got a Botox filter, but we don't think it's him at all. So that's the theory. He got Botox, but he said he would never get Botox. If I recall correctly, he allegedly said that if he ever got Botox, it's not really him. And Jim Carrey has been exposing the deep state, the elites, the conspiracy theories for a long time. So there's a theory that they got to him, and he alluded to this and warned about this before. We don't know either, if it's really not him or whatever, but that's the conspiracy theory. Exactly. No one ever. He doesn't speak French for as far as we know, ever. Oh yeah, yeah. He's on Siri. Okay, I'm zooming in as much as I can, and we're gonna see him. Yep, I see him right there. Mermaid said, "I think he's dead. Could be wrong." Yeah, yeah. Oh, and Saw Girl saw that. Okay, good. Okay, good. And thank you, Mermaid, for explaining it. I bet Kanye's wife is Kim's clone. They look so much alike. Ah, yeah, yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't doubt that either. All right, and Alien, I noticed his eyes change color long ago. They do eye color surgery scary. Now, I will say it's possible he might have eyes like mine that are like hazel that change colors under different circumstances, but there just hasn't really been a lot of known sightings about his eyes turning greener looking. But yeah, it just all of it put together is very strange. Very strange. Beyonce and Kim have the same surgeries, it seems to. Yeah, and a lot of them get these surgeries and they take Ozempic and stuff, and it just makes them look like a thing instead of a actual like actress. Biden's clone doesn't blink. Oh, okay, okay. Scared. Yeah, because there was theories about Biden being cloned too. Sawgirl says, "Are you going to do any trials this week?" And I had seen you in the chat for that a girl trial who was kidnapped by FedEx jar, but he did. If he show a trial, I'll watch on your channel. Thank you, Saw Girl. And this is the thing about that. I am going. So yes, I am going to stream trials, and hopefully, God willing, this week. Now there is something that has zero suddenly appears. Biden was a prototype. 47 is a real deal. 45 isn't 47. Hello. Yeah, exactly, Zero. And welcome to the stream, buddy. So, Saw Girl, I am going to be streaming trials this week, God willing, and we'll be glad to see you there. Now, there's a situation where the I'm getting a different internet, so we can have an internet that doesn't have the problems that we have because there seems we've had pretty good streams, but sometimes there's a buffering issue that seems to happen. So I'm going to get a different setup and a different internet to see about that. And by just so we could have more streams that don't have issues. So we're going to do that. But yeah, that's just something I mentioned. By the way, my city, their internet went out in the city because there's this other company called Cox, and their infrastructure is from the 80s. There was a terrible flood that happened 20 years ago, and their infrastructure is was patched up, but it wasn't really repaired. Right? Oh, there's many wires and stuff that were not repaired. So sometimes, with different circumstances happen, humidity or weather or movement of the ground, even it can cause a citywide buffering. So when the thing happens, it's happening to the whole city when it happens to one person. So it's effectively like levees breaking all over again. So I was thinking the other night, like the impact of this Timu hurricane that happened has affected the entire globe now because of the internet that goes out sometimes. So I'm also going to get the Ethernet cable to plug into it, so that way it can be even more stable. So it should be better, and I'll be improving it as time goes on. But yeah, as I said, it's completely out right now, and I just need an internet that's I could stream the whole time without buffering. And I will do whatever it takes to make sure the stream is good because my life is going to be consisting of streaming these things. So I want to make sure everything's top notch for y'all. Yeah, more like Robot Biden. Yeah, that's a good point to make. Yeah, Timu Sheen Robot Biden. Scared, scared. What about the Discord? Yeah, I'll send it to you, Zero, if you want to join it. I'll send you the link to it because it has been created and people could share different information stuff. That'd be nice. Mark, explain what that is to me. I'm curious. Scared. Yeah. So, and I looked it up, and yeah, it is true that the company that I use is known to have lots of issues. There's a weather reporter in the city that uses the Cox, and he has the same issues I have, and he's like a really like famous weatherman. Yeah, so it wasn't just me, which I thought sometimes my setup could be a little bit different, but because it's like a bunch of Wi-Fi things pinging off each other, but that's still. I will say though, all the streams we had that were successful were a miracle that we had any streams ever work at all. So with that type of company. So anyway, I appreciate y'all hanging in there. And when like I'll see chat when I'm doing the buffering thing, and when the buffering thing's happening, and y'all still be hanging in there. That's really so cool. You know, the loyalty and patience is very means a lot to me. Oh, okay. Company names like yes, I know what you're talking about. There was a mosquito on me. That's what that was. Okay. Well, I was zoomed in pretty deep. Right. Oh yeah, definitely. A lot of things and subliminal things are completely hidden in plain sight all the time. That is what they do. They a lot of times they will want to they have subliminal messaging and they will have content out there that people will see, like symbolisms and characters, especially things on stage. They will do have all kinds of things as hidden in plain sight, which I think is extremely. We notice it, but most people don't. And I will say, a lot of people are distracted with Netflix and with all these different things that exist because people will definitely not. They want to be stuck in the matrix. If you have people stuck in the matrix, you will have this issue, a big issue, where people are not going to notice what's really going on and the issues that are going to be facing society, right? So that is something crucial that must be addressed. And I'm glad that you addressed that because they will have political symbolism, they'll have spiritual symbolism all in our face, and most people don't even notice it. They'll have people that they will have people everywhere that will be stuck watching these things and not actually trying to go and look up what they're being fed information about. Like what we're doing here, like we're talking about these different things, these conspiracy theories is good, but a lot of people are not even there. They're just have their heads in the sand. So, that's they have all those good to watch TV shows, good to watch movies. I think that's good. But some people use it as a distraction, like their lives. A lot of people want to live their life and not bash into the walls. But life was created by people no smarter than us. And when they do, they don't realize that they can make their mark on it in a positive way. Instead, they stay in the matrix. That people don't even realize that there's something else going on. So that's why it is the symbolism in plain sight. In my opinion, is a form of brainwashing, similar to MK Ultra. And with MK Ultra was this government program where they were trying to beat the communists who had a system of brainwashing of our people during the war in Korea. So the subliminal brainwashing you see in Disney, etc., and all these other companies is the MK Ultra at full swing because that is all they want to do is mass control. I like Disney and I like different movies, from there, but there is a another factor that is being pumped in there. And when you have global conditioning, similar to what the Third Reich used, similar to what the communists themselves used, but if these different companies and things seem to be using it for some nefarious purposes themselves, so power attracts the worst and it corrupts the best. All right, and James, you need to get out of the cult that you're in. It's not good for your health. Zero is he is definitely the reason the spaceship is running smoothly. So, James, I'd recommend you getting out of the Cardington cult. Okay, and to the Shadow Realm he goes. All right. All right, Mark says, that's the stanography I heard. X, your name means you're one of us. Actually, I learned that 10 years ago. Oh, well, thank you for sharing with that with us. That's very crucial information. Thank you, Saw Girl. Thank you. Into the Shadow Realms. Hey go. Yeah, it is true. Elon's boy is named X. That is true. Remember, he said James' mother never loved him. That is true, and he had to go into a cult where he could only be with other men that only gave him attention. And he got no attention from women either. So yeah, I know it's very messed up. I know a kid. Well, he's probably an adult now, but his name is Seven. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Elon's company is X, and there's also a Planet X. Right. Greetings, UAP. Welcome to the stream, buddy. All right. So Xmas. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The X is everywhere because you know there's certainly and also currently being rated X. It's like all these symbolisms are there out in plain sight. These things that are not even able to be explained. Exactly. Exactly. I always wondered about that, and definitely yeah, they'll say like Xmas. Yeah. Right. And there's so many of these types of symbolisms everywhere, and even with tonics and stuff, they would put X on there. In the pirates, X marks the spot. Right. And Hammermaid, greetings, Suggerl, and Tucker. Arg. Scared. Yeah. So definitely, I think those things are definitely true with Disney, and the MK Ultra uh, ploy was completely in full swing. And that's how it completely worked. UAP arg. Yeah. So, and then again, as I said, Hollywood is like the hollow tree, the holly tree. This is not a holly tree, by the way, but yeah, like the holly tree, you have different things out there. For the holly tree, oh, okay, Noah. Welcome back. Welcome back, Noah. All right, so this is the elderberry tree, and these are the animals. Not the animals, but the where the animals like to hang out. Okay, definitely, definitely will do that. Let's see. Now we're going to be finding it over here somewhere. Okay, and yeah, we are looking for the X that marks the spot because that is how we're going to get there. Now, a lot of times with pirates, they didn't even bury their treasure. A lot of times they would go and spend all their loot. And when they would do that, when they would go and spend all their loot, they would then get broke and go back out again. So that's what I think is an interesting factor in all that situations with the pirates because a lot of times the pirates were barred from anything in life and a lot of times that they were even told in life that they were outcasted, definitely outcasted. Okay, and look at that right there. That's the X marking the spot right there. We found the treasure. That's the X marking the spot. R. See, look, chat. That's the X marking the spot. Finally found it. Yeah, because Claude was here earlier, but he is going off uh, on a mission right now. But he was here earlier. Yes, so mark, that's the X that marks the spot. All the treasure is. Yes, a mouse hunting mission. At last, he was over here. Right? And yeah, you know, basically, Claude has been all around the area. He likes to go and patrol at night. And when he goes to patrol at night, he likes to go through these streets. I'm serious. When we were here earlier, he was watching this tree, and there was probably a tree rat in there. So he was like right there, and he was watching something in the tree. So definitely, he sees those tree rats all over the place. So yeah, and also we're going over some conspiracy theories and rabbit holes of different things. So yeah, something. Oh, hello, Nelly. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, and yeah, I will see a lot of things with the UFOs. And earlier, there was something very peculiar. I saw a short of U- a UFO orb, right? And it had wheels within wheels. And a lot of these things are just so fascinating looking, these orbs. So the it was some sort of alien craft of some kind, and it had like a very intricate wheels within wheels in it. I saw like a short about it online. So yeah, that's what those things are, and that's how they're described. I find the end of the rainbow, and you will find treasure. No X needed. Ah, those leprechauns, the tax-paying leprechauns. That'll definitely work. They will be the ones funding everything. Yeah, thank you, Sorgo. Yes, like, subscribe. I appreciate it. So, when I see biblical depictions of these things, be sure to be sure. Yeah, yeah. There you go. Yeah, hey, hey. Yeah, so yeah, definitely the media has these mass brainwashing operations, and like for instance with UFOs, which is something that we talk about a lot here. I think that they wanted to censor they want to completely censor people who were talking about UFOs. Yes, Blair me. Blair me. Oh, I'm part Irish to be sure. Oh, hilarious. Yeah, Blarmy. Yeah. And so media censorship about it, they didn't want people knowing about it. I think because they didn't want to cause a public panic. Oh, look at that. There's another X there. There's some more treasure. Yeah, so I think basically, they didn't want people panicking. They didn't want other countries getting technology that they're trying to get. And anybody that came out about extraterrestrials, UFOs, they completely censored them. Like they try to say the Roswell crash was a Russian thing, but that's actually not true. And you know, there's people that were collecting the alien bodies that were saying that they saw that and they collected a lot of technology from them. So it is very crucial that finally, after all this time, is being exposed. So the more people that are nuclear scientists are being deleted, more of them are disappearing and going missing. And it's so strange. So yeah, I definitely think the reason why that is because they want to try to censor as much as possible, perhaps, and take out people that will expose more about it. Sargo says my great uncle was one of the people who recovered the body at Roswell, and that what he said. He told the family, so I believe in it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So your uncle was there collecting the bodies of the extraterrestrials, and they weren't Russians. They were from another realm of some kind or a planet. So that's how we know that something's there. From definitely from survivor accounts of being there and seeing that. I definitely agree with him too. I believe it too, and there's just been lots of shady cover up and censorship, but it is. I'm sure it was surreal actually experiencing that firsthand. Definitely. Mark said, after the storm warning, all the bread got sold out. C19 was toilet paper. Oh, okay. So it's bread this time. Interesting. Yeah, panic. Yeah, people panic buy. They do all kinds of. They'll buy either toilet paper or bread. He ended up being an engineer in some sort of PhD or some sort of government. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense because in the government operations, that is something they strive for. They uh, want people to work with them. So yeah, him and the government. That is. It makes sense. It makes sense. So I'm glad that he exposed what happened. Yeah, so I'll explain the Roswell crash. So in the Roswell crash, it was a Cinderella a globular UFO, and it was going down and it crashed in Roswell, and there were aliens inside. So what it looked like from a documentary that I saw was they were all like in a sitting in a circular way, like they were well, they're inside the UFO. You know, they're all like kind of sitting in a circle, and they had like bulletproof vests on. And when they had bulletproof vests on, they also had these types of lasers and various technologies in there that were taken from the crash site that were eventually used for our modern technology now. And they had like this force field type mechanism on them too. And they were just being recovered from the crash. So I saw the documentary about what happened when they were recovering them from the crash. And I definitely agree. It must have been a lot of information that they're able to gather from it. And they tried to do a cover up and say it wasn't people thought it was. But when they released, yeah, too much scared. Exactly, Mark. When they released more of these UFO files, hopefully when the full disclosure happens, we will see everything come the way it's supposed to come. And that they give us all information. Scared. Yeah, so that's the story of the crash. So they're going through the atmosphere and it starts booming and then it goes down and crashes there. And the alien spaceships, the UFOs, are built with very strange types of fabric within them. The metal is so powerful and bendable beyond what we can make in our modern times. So yeah, they're way ahead of us with the way they build their crafts and their spaceships and stuff. And it is really cool that there are people that pass down the story of what they saw to their families. And people that were survivors of different alien encounters that told their tale. I just thought it would be inhumane to like tell somebody that had like an alien experience and say that it didn't happen. Like say someone went through something traumatic and you say it didn't really happen, and people see these flying things in the sky, and there's a point where you got to be like, look, you know, let's try to be realistic here, and maybe there's something going on we can't really explain. So yeah, so that is the UFO rabbit hole. And let's see, if I come face to face with a gray, I want good running shoes, not steel cat boots. Yeah, the grays are some people. You know, allegedly the grays are very give off some very. It would be a bizarre experience to meet one. It seems like they give off some like dark, like kind of they're kind of robotic. That's what they give off. Something robotic, and they communicate telepathically. Yeah, so that is a thing with the telepathic communication that they possess. Now, I think that the reptilian ones are the worst ones at all. Yeah, sidestepping laser beams. Right. Yeah, the lizard ones seem like the worst ones, and the Evians seem like the nicest ones from what I've studied about. You know, the from the ones from Serpo. They also have some aliens from the Palisades. It's not called that, but it's a star system. Yeah. And, when people see these things, like, there's generalizations that occur about what all aliens come from. I think they just come from various places and things like that. Yeah. And the time traveler theory is interesting that some aliens might be time travelers, and these time travelers are going through space and time, and they come to our realm, but something kind of weird happens. And as I said, that's allegedly where the problem with the Mandela effect comes in, where people start remembering things different than how it actually happened. There also can be a mass brainwashing too. So whatever is occurring, I think that is odd and will be connected to the time travelers. So I think the cover ups that happened occurred because they didn't want to have public panic. They didn't want to have another thing happen where you people try to go and look for things, stuff like that. So, but yeah, the cover ups, as I said, are the Giant of Kandahar, which is the Nephilims. The Nephilims are linked to the type of supernatural alien beings. The other factors that are also covered up are various other cryptids or sightings that were seen. But with Major Grush and the people that are exposing things to Congress, at that point, you can't hide anymore. So you understand some of the rabbit holes, why they do it, what they are. Okay, so we got that part of understood. The next part of this is that there's a breaking point. The dam breaks at some point. You go, alien, what do you mean by this? There's a point where people start waking up, they start going online, they start researching things all over the world, and there's a point where they cannot hide the truth anymore. And people will see so many things everywhere. And the people in charge go, okay, let's kind of give them some breadcrumbs over time. So they have movies and TV shows to get people ready for disclosure about aliens. So they kind of warm them up. Then they gradually talk about disclosure here and there a little bit. So when this happens, you have a convenient situation where over time it gets more normalized, and then they go and tell people what really was going on. And there's another point I was mentioning a moment ago where they can't hide it anymore. When they can't hide something anymore, the truth comes out. So eventually, they're kind of forced to say what really happened, right? And in a way, the public is not going to panic because the public wants to know. So that is their way of thinking. And then the whole time, the conspiracy theorists and the people that believed in something before it happened are like, "Aha! You see, I told you so." So that's why I think that maybe not all conspiracy theories are true, but it's good to look at them because you never know, something might be actually real. What if it is real? Being proven wrong is fine. What's the wrong about being proven wrong? No one's always right. So that's why I think it's important to understand the conspiracy theories and the rabbit holes, and just the fact that all these people going missing, including Guthrie, all these people that are going missing is because, in my opinion, of some sort of government operation to cover up what's really going on. And they don't want them to expose things like, especially the nuclear scientists, about UFOs and stuff like that. And the other thing is that the wars and the moon stuff is a distraction as well. We're basically like in a matrix or a simulation. And that's why it's important in the simulation to be in it, but see these other concepts too. And when you see everything and wrap it up with a bow on top, that is when you really get true enlightenment. But besides enlightenment from God, which is the most important. All right, Mark says, so much different paranormal stuff. I think it's part of this expanding zoo. Yeah. Okay, so, they always call that person crazy, right? But then then it actually happens. That's kind of the most ironic thing that I could see occur, is when somebody gets proven right. And the mainstream narrative that's pushed a lot of times, I don't think always has our best interest at heart. Like, they're just out for themselves. Yeah, and with the pair, oh yes, a fact chat. Oh, hello, OJM. Great to see you, buddy. Hello, Alien in chat. Hope you're having a good weekend and Easter. To enjoy, stay out of trouble. Remember to do a random act of kindness. You'll feel great. Oh, thank you, OJM. I really appreciate the words of encouragement, and we will certainly do that. You too. Hope you had a good one too. Have a good evening. Thank you, and shout out to Bubbles the cat. Yep. Yeah, Mark. They basically treat us like that. That's how the elite see us. That do these diabolical schemes in this world, and I definitely think it's important to understand that us as humans have value, more value than what they like to put on us. And yeah, hallelujah. Amen. Sorrow. And we as a people will continue to survive and prosper, and we are will prevail over them in the end. Right. And God's spirit will guide us to absolute victory, even if there's setbacks. Oh yeah, Mark. I remember seeing that where they claim that we're more closely related to a banana than anything else. These things are just real interesting. They come up with, yeah, facts comedy, and some points that I'm talking about tonight. Comedy is that there's more people from the nuclear scientists that are going missing, and I think that they're trying to take them out because of the censorship and their involvement with extraterrestrials. I think we have been lied to a lot in the media. We have been shown many situations that don't coincide with reality, and many people are waking up. Very troubling indeed. Yeah. And Mark says, "You can't grow bananas from seed." Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, the banana seeds are kind of weird because they like don't exist, but they exist. But I can grow bananas if I wanted to. But the thing with and bananas are a berry, by the way, and the bananas are extremely healthy for you. But yeah, the banana seeds are a little bit different. There's a variation of okay, bananas were bred for a while to not have really any seeds in them. But there's a type of banana that has the seed in it, and you can like break your tooth. It's like a wild banana that grows in Asia, and they have some really big seeds. So I think it's possible the Archimedes 2, that rocket, there seems to be things about it where there seems to be an extra cameraman inside the spaceship when they are supposed to be by themselves. One of the people in the crew said it's the first time that they're going to the moon before they went and launched. Some of these pictures and things could be exaggerated, blown up versions of of other pictures that have already been taken. So there are seems to be some questions about it, the Archimedes 2, and definitely it's possible it could be a distraction, along with the war's distraction from other things that have been going on. You know, there's been aliens are going to be exposed, things with the economy having issues. There's things with the aliens, Epstein, etc. So there's theories that possibly remember they're just theories now; they're not necessarily facts. That there could be doing things for causing a distraction. And I think about the Archimedes 2, the some of the conspiracy theories about that, which we've been touching on tonight, I think are quite intriguing indeed, because there are some questions that need to be answered. Oh, the clouds didn't change. Yeah, gaslighting, right? All right, and right here you can see some of the bugs. They have enjoyed themselves some ragweed, and I just let this naturally happen in nature. It's the different critters, wildlife eats on these, and it looks kind of like a cheese now. Hello, Falcon. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Okay, and probably go more this way. And here, so yeah, I want everybody to just be aware to be cautious of distractions and caution and just to not be distracted by anything in particular, but take everything like the different theories and things that are going on in consideration. Yes, they're Holly. Yes, uh, or Holy. He might have said Holy or Holly. I My Timu spelling skills may have failed me there, but thank you, Mark. Yeah. So far there are no cryptids or Bigfoot coming out at the moment. As we wait into the void, stare right into the void to see what comes and lurks. Yeah, definitely a rabbit hole. All right. All right. So tonight is the like socks holy. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I got it, Mark. Thank you. All right. So Falcon, we're talking about how the like the Archimedes 2 might be a distraction, including the wars going on and there is so many different things happening with these nuclear physicists that are all disappearing in a certain part of the country. And when this happens, we just think that they're trying to censor them about something, especially their involvement with UFOs. Because as they're getting closer to a disclosure, everything just seems to be happening like a domino effect, you know, over again countlessly. And I just think, like, for instance, like food, things that we consume digitally or physically are not being eaten. It's not always the healthiest thing for you. And plastics or microplastics, there's just so. And for instance, we're talking earlier about how a water well, people can't always drain their own water. Holy footy socks down the jocks, Batman. Yeah, shouts Batman. So that is the situation that was, occurring. We're talking about. Okay, and Mark says we already know everything. What are they trying to hide? I wonder. Now they don't think that. They really think that we don't know, and there is so much info out there that people aren't aware. There are people that do not know. So as I said, I don't know what the reason why they're disappearancing, but I do think there is a technology that's very advanced that they don't want people knowing about. So even if we know about it, if it was confirmed in the media that there's something else that doesn't exist, but it really does exist, like this certain technology that they have and other things they're not even thinking about, they, would have a public panic. Even if you know something, it has not been confirmed by the government yet. They've not said, "Hey, there's something going on here. These aliens are real. There's technology." They haven't. When that happens, that's when it really be interesting. Yeah, I wish. Yeah, free energy. Yes, I wish the evil didn't exist. It seems like it's something ingrained in human nature. Although, shout out to chat, all of y'all are awesome. I will say that I do love animals because, humans, earthlings cannot be nice, but animals are so kind. So that's one of the reasons why I love animals so much. I like filming the different little critters that walk around here. Yes, UAP, we were talking about magnets and energy. We and that is one of the topics that coincide with this time. It coincides with this time. And because that was like a little preview about what we're talking about now. Since we have the magnets, and that is just a theory on how the UFOs levitate. So what happened was we are talking about magnets and how the spaceships are able to use it as a form of free energy. Oh, LOL, Falcon, and definitely herbivores are kind anyway. Yeah, and definitely, and UAP says they think we don't know. They must be seriously thick in the brain. I know it's or they do know, which I believe there are people out there that don't believe in it. I'm serious. I've encountered them on YouTube. They really do think that heads are in the sand. But when I'll tell you this, the a sign that they know that people are waking up is when they take out these different people, like the nuclear scientists and stuff. When they take those people out, they know that people are waking up, so they start panicking and start censoring and start trying to stop people from uh, giving out the truth and information about what's really going on. So they don't want it to be exposed. They don't want their technology to be exposed. And there could be some other reasons that we don't even know about. But whatever it is, it's there. And Past Land and the other ones, they want to cause a distraction and they don't want people to know the truth. And I'll explain this even further because they want people to be distracted. Okay. That's the main goal here. They really do believe that people don't know, but they know some people are waking up. They want to have distractions everywhere, like these war and events that are happening to stop people from seeing what actually is going on behind the scenes. Because if people knew everything, there could be some public outcries. Yeah, insects are kind. Praying mantises will eat your face off. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, by the way, there's some mantisoid aliens. There's praying mantises that are allegedly a type of alien, which I think is pretty cool. But it's also terrifying at the same time. Hello, Banes. What do I think of black insects? I think that it is time for every single insect to adapt the new trend. Okay, black ants. I'll go on a rant about ants. Falcon stays in his cave. Facts. Okay, scorpion black. Okay, so there's a theory that some of the aliens are like insect type beings. And with insect type beings, the there's allegedly some ant people King Solomon came across, and those types of beings were were good. I mean, they weren't necessarily good, but they were there. So yeah, I think black ants are better than red ants because they don't bite you. Another thing about the black ants is that they're above ground. And if you go under a rock and lift up a rock, you'll see bugs like ants that look white or look uh, a clearer color because they're not in the sun. Like some of these different types, like for instance, like scorpions. There's like black scorpions and brown scorpions in various different colors. And then you have like neon glow in the dark scorpions that do better in caves and stuff that are blind. You have you read the Georgia Stone Slab? Oh no, I have not, but I need to. Falcon said everyone needs to go vegetarian to set example and kindness and compassion for other lives. Okay, Falcon, thank you for your take on that. And Georgia said guide stones. Yes, exactly. Okay, and let's see. Yeah, some people on the blue up while back. All right, see. Farmer okay, let's see. Falcon, the farmer has to eradicate all wildlife on the plot in order to grow vegetables. We eat birds, mice, rats. All queued up order lettuce to not have true leaves. That I've heard of that too. Yeah, there definitely goes a lot into clearing out the land to make vegetables and things like that. Not make vegetables to grow vegetables. It does take a lot of uh, effort and stuff to definitely hurdles to go through to have that eaten. Yes. And people can do whatever they want with their own lives. Personally, it's up to them. And I I think that, uh, yeah, and Falcon's feeling it. Yeah, shout out to Falcon though, and UAP and everyone else in chat. Cool people. And they want 500,000 to stay on Earth to get rid of the rest. Yeah, that is a theory about population control. That is a theory about population control, and they want to delimit the population and make it the way they want it to be. You know, where they have like a secret society of people that are just existing while all of us do not exist. That's what they want. Also, yeah, Mr. Gates and his vaccines and his um he, they're saying that there's so many people on the earth, and that's just crazy to do. And yes, broccoli has been watered. Yes, it does rain, but yeah, uh, it gets watered by rain. Yeah, and I appreciate the reminder though, Falcon, for it to be continued, so it can continue to be watered. Yes, that's also good too. I think the guide stone have been removed now due to vandalism. Oh, okay, okay. Yes, Falcon. I make compost, but I've not done it lately though. Not done it lately. And I also get mulch and soil and stuff like that too. Yeah, the people doing vandalism is scared. Yeah, yeah. The compost is good to make. I've used it before on my plants. Yeah, yeah. Living off the land is always really cool and good. Yes, it does, Mark. Falcon said, "I used to love gardening, but it's nonstop hurting other beings, which I want to get away from." Yeah, yeah. I hear you. And over time with technology, maybe they'll come up with something to cause it to not hurt other beings. Right. Compassion's a very important thing to have, and uh, it's definitely good to show that to others. And very cool. The water came from deep, deep, deep inside the galactic bayous. Scared. Okay, we got this. You see, the galactic bayous are from the sky because galactic is from the sky, but it's also from a bayou somewhere too, or what we would call a swamp or a bog. Yes, exactly. The core is iron. Hello, mermaid. Welcome back. Oh, okay, Falcon. Understood. Understood. Oh yeah, so mermaid. I look forward to seeing that when you go and do the live. I mean the stream. I look forward to seeing it. And Mermaid has a very cool channel about doing the pools games, and other types of games she does very well at. So, very cool to check out. And I don't know if I've tried Gator Tail, but I tried other parts of it before, a long time ago. Right, but a lot of people like in the deep in the bayous and stuff eat them on a regular basis. And it seems like it tastes like chicken. I remember there's one place I went to. Oh, you only had crocodile. Nice. Okay. Well, yeah. Interesting. Yeah. So I've had the gator before. What very long time ago. I remember there was a gator head in the restaurant, like a decoration. Yeah. It could be wild lettuce. I don't know. You probably did see wild lettuce. Yeah, you did. As I grew lettuce before, so it must have went wild and been carried around. So you saw it because there's definitely it around here. Yeah. I used to grow lettuce right here. Right here, I would grow lettuce. Oh, good to know. Good to know. Yes, Falcon. I loved Happy Gilmore. That was a very good movie. It was funny. Definitely funny. Uh huh. Look, there he is, right there. The swamp puppy sighting of the night. Yes, he's a legend and a water boy. Yes. Crocodiles survive by putting their noses and their mouth up towards the surface when the freeze came in. When it freezes the water, they put their heads up and that's what happens. So you hear a noise. Yeah, tree rats. Yep. All right, UAP, awesome. Yeah, so Happy Gilmore was that was a good movie, and then they made a Happy Gilmore 2 that was like on Netflix. You know, a lot of things are on Netflix and these streaming platforms, and I do think it'd be cool to continue to put things in movies, in movie theaters and stuff, because that is something I think would be good to have in, in general. And but people would go out and be social. So being social, going to the movies and stuff was nice for people to do. And I think there could be options or things to be streamed or things could not be streamed and can be done on camera. It can be streamed or can be done out in the open. So what I mean by that is you could have something streamed and some things in movie theaters. Because a lot of times people will be in the movie theater and they get socialized, but although they could stream it, it's a little bit different than seeing it from an actual movie. So yeah, the yeah Adam Sandler is definitely a legend. He did very well. He does very well with his comedy. I I definitely think it is good to continue comedy and have it preserved and not for it to be lost or corrected. Moses is the one with the staff, and Noah is the one with the ark, right? So uh, Moses had this staff that it turned into a snake, right? He parted the Red Sea. It can be easy to get mixed up. It's easy to get mixed up. And Noah is the one that had the ark that survived the flood. Moses came later on at some point. So there is this. Okay, so what happened was the world was corrupted, and these Nephilims were existing, and these hybrid creatures were around. Yeah, there are caves. That is true. That is true. And all these very bizarre creatures that existed, and abominations in the earth. And then God caused the flood to happen to cleanse the earth, and Noah and his family. And he had this ark that God wanted him to build. And when he built the ark, he wanted him to bring all these different creatures on the ark with him. So the alligators are on the ark too. So all these animals and creatures and stuff were chilling in the ark as they were floating around that part of the world. And the Noah's Ark is in Turkey. And there's a big giant like indentation where it landed. So yeah, and Moses was a Israelite, but he was with the he was raised by Pharaoh. Right, he was raised by Pharaoh because he was put in like a little basket, and then he was sent to go and cleanse the nation, to save the nation. So he went to stop an Egyptian from hurting an Israelite because the Israelites were enslaved, and he went to the desert for 40 years, and then he appeared in a burning bush, like say like this thing right here, right? He appeared in like a burning bush and said, "I am." His name was I am. Take off his sandals, and he dropped his staff, and his staff turned to a snake, and that he would go back and deliver them from Pharaoh. And then the Israelites, he took the staff and hit it, and they divided the Red Sea, so the Israelites can go through safely to dry land. Now the Israelites had a problem where they still had Baal worship sometimes, and Moses got angry. Baal to this day is like the evil in this world, is what we describe as Baal. The path of illumination, the Moloch, which is different kind of, but they're both horned creatures. Because the Egyptian had a god that was a cow, and they worshipped the cow and built a golden calf. Then God was angry with them, and then he went and um, Moses was triggered. And throughout time, these Israelites were disobedient to God, but eventually he always delivered them and had mercy on them, though, in spite of their errors. So, yeah, that's the story of Moses and summarized, and also Noah. Yeah, ARG X. Oh, he said ARG K. Okay, so let's go here. All right, now how they got to America. Ah, hilarious, Mark. Hilarious. Yeah, and I I think definitely they they would have different spiritual experiences, and I'm sure that there were enhancements. You call it enhancements, where these different things would show them other realms. But yeah, I was not taught about the mushrooms they had at that time, but if they had any, I guess they wanted to keep it a secret. It was some sort of secret recipe, I suppose. Right. But yeah, and these were the narrative would be that they had these spiritual experiences from some divine realm, but of course, mushrooms and psychedelics can show people these different realms, these spiritual realms. So both are correlated. Many people that were Canaanites or people that were in these different regions, they had hallucinogenics and they were able to see different spiritual realms and get visions and stuff. So that was used for spirituality by different ancient civilizations. Now people just do it to do it, but it was used for certain practices. Right. And let's see. So yeah, I I think it's cool how there's crocodiles all the way on the bottom of the world, and there are alligators, and where we are. And yeah, I definitely think over time you had different groups of creatures exist in different regions. For instance, the alligators like it hot and swampy. No recipe straight from cow patties. Yes. You know, so the alligators and crocodiles, however it happened, and which I'll have to go look that up. And I don't deny anything that how say the creatures came to different places. I don't deny, however, the mainstream narrative is about it. But yeah, definitely they liked the hot, humid swamps. So they went to people think they either evolved or they were created, however people want to believe, in certain regions of the world, in swamps, and stuff, in bogs, where it was a natural habitat for them. Like you wouldn't have an alligator or a crocodile in Siberia, right? if it evolved or it was created or both, it was adapted to the environment that they were in, and it was different regions. If I was going to create like Minecraft and I was going to make an area where there's a swampy region, I'll make creatures for a swampy region, and I would make some other type of creature for a winter region if I was going to create something. Or if I set something in motion to evolve over time, I would create it so it would just evolve and adapt to the environment that they're in. Yeah, absolutely, Falcon. Absolutely. And there is in Turkey, there's an imprint of where it was originally, the Noah's Ark. Yeah, it was a big ark made of wood and the two of each kind. And yeah, they were in there, and I said the ark is in Turkey where it was imprinted and it was pretty big. Yeah, that must have taken him a while to create it, and he got the revelation from God that a flood would happen, and that was quite fascinating how was able to do that all at once. So, and then for instance, you have birds and different creatures that are able to have sensories with Earth's magnetic field, and all the animals went into the ark and they're all safe. And also, Falcon, I would assume that Noah probably wasn't eating any animals in there. They were all just nice and safe from being flooded. So I assume they probably brought something else along with them to eat instead. So yeah, it's a story where no animals were harmed, but they're all put in the ark. So according to the Abrahamic religion and all religions. Now, by the way, it's not only Abrahamic religions. I'll tell you this: there is stories of all over the world of a flood happening, and there's also these. Oh yeah, exactly. Match, a very cute puppy, by the way, very cute. And there was this flood that happened, and there's a story in India somewhere that a flood happened, and it was thousands of years before the Noah story was recorded. There was also a story in South America where these giants were building these pyramids to try to reach a god that they had that was flooding the earth. So this flood thing is all over the world. It's talked about. Perhaps it was a UFO and they just took genetic materials from the animals and then grew them in test tubes. That's a possibility. And some of these aliens where we are believed to be angels. And for instance, the according to the Abrahamic religions of the oh yes, comedy, great minds think alike. Yeah, so they say that the fallen sons of God went down and had Earth women and created the Nephilim. I think with genetics can be random, although the Nephilim are magical and they could probably. I mean, the aliens could do magic, type stuff that we can't do. Now, I think it's possible that, say, the Greys are the Fallen Watchers, hypothetically, or one of those types of aliens, and they, in a laboratory, created these artificial humans from Earth women that would be these giants. So, yeah, they could have taken a UFO and created them in a laboratory. That's possible too. And I just think that, say, like, I'm going to create this plant, and I'm going to create this other plant, I'm going to create this thing over here. Like, creating things individually in like a matrix of some kind. So I don't think that these things came into existence by accident. Even if it was evolved or if it was created, however it happened, uh, something had to set it into motion for it to do it. I think. Just like that thing right here, this cat house was created by somebody. I think of the human eye. It's so complex with so billions of little tiny things in there to align perfectly for sight. But a simple automobile created by humans, nowhere near as complex, was created by humans. The other thing was not created. It was just came to existence by random accident. So that's why I think something may have in a UFO laboratory put the animals and different things here, or however it was happening. So, and the Israelites, as I said, they had a history of disobedience, and they were worshiping the golden calf. And Moses broke the Ten Commandments. So, the Ten Commandments: thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not have strange gods before me, all these different things. And he got angry. Then they had to create a new Ten Commandments, and they had doubt, and they didn't go into the Promised Land because the Canaanites, there were giants that existed, and they got scared, and they didn't go and do what they had to do. So another generation went in and took the Promised Land in the land of Canaan, and they were able to set their kingdom of Judea. That existed for quite a while, and they were occupied by many different people throughout history. The Romans also, and occupied them. That was in the time of Christ. Then, eventually the temple was destroyed, and then there was a disperse, and they all dispersed, and now it exists as Israel, which is a lot of people would have contradicting, views on, conflicting views on. There's lots of people have it's a very hot button topic, but yeah, then that is technically there, and that's kind of like the history of those people throughout time. Yes, the Canaanites worship Baal. Yes, the they worship Baal, and see, for instance, you had different religions everywhere. You had, Zeus and Poseidon in the Greeks, and you had Odin and Thor. Like, all the European countries worship the same gods, including the ones in the Middle East. They just call them different things. So Baal was similar to the Egyptian cow god, was a golden calf thing. So yes, Baal was this big giant cow humanoid, and they would put their children on the altar, and they would have a fire underneath, and they would have these children burning on fire, sacrificing to it, and they would have perverted activities and stuff like that, and to appease this deity. And that is the Satan is the same thing as Baal, according to like Christ. When he came, was talking about Baal and Satan were the same thing. So, and Baal was worshipped by the people in the Middle East at that time, and that's to this day a lot of the people we're talking about evil in this world, and a lot of these people, the spirit of Baal, Satan, is still here, and he's competing against the same God as he did before. So that is how it works with Baal. He was there then, and he's there now, but he's much more global than he was before. So yes, the Canaanites worship Baal, and then God favored them, the Israelites, to go in there and and take them out, because they worshiped the true God and not other gods. Although they were disobedient, they did things that were wrong a lot of times. They had a lot of issues, but yeah, that's what they were, how it worked. And they had Jezebel, who was this evil woman, and her spirit still exists in a lot of people these days. And Jezebel wanted Baal to be worshipped, and they put idols of Baal in the Israelites' temple. There's a temple, right? And there's an ark of the covenant. There's the ark, right? A golden ark, and God's presence dwelled within the ark, and the Ten Commandments and the staff of Moses. So the God's presence was there at that time. So there's this temple, and there's a veil. There's a big curtain in front of it, and the high priest would speak to God. Oh, I have not seen that, but I will look it up. Thank you. And the ark was there, the ark of the covenant. So they would go and build these idols to try to mock the God of Israel, and then eventually they were strike down, and they took them down. But yeah, that is what happened with that. And there's Jericho, right? So Jericho is this other prophet who, there's this wall of Jericho, and there's going to have the walls collapse. No one would say a single word. Oh, hello, hello, Carlos. Oh, that's great. That's great that the witch turned Yeshua. Okay, thank you. I have seen stories of that before when people will turn to Christ away from witchcraft and different things like that, or atheism and stuff. So that's very cool. And there's Jericho, and there's the high priests, and they're carrying the Ark of the Covenant, and they were walking around the walls of Jericho saying not one sound. Because if words have power, and if they say anything negative, it would not work. So they walked around the temple, and then they said a great shout. And when it was the hour came after 7 days or so, and the storm came from the sky, and the walls came down, and they blasted the shofar horn, which is a ram's horn. They don't use a cow horn because of Baal. They use a ram's horn because of the ram in the bush. Because you had all these gods that existed that were trying to have sacrifices to them, like Baal, etc. But there's Isaac was going to be sacrificed because God wanted to see if Abraham would do for these gods. These people do things for these gods that are crazy, and he wondered if he would do the same thing for him. But instead of his son being sacrificed, he sent a ram to take his place. So that was the point where symbolism of Jesus coming, Yeshua coming, to do the sacrifice. So in the Christian theology, that the God himself sacrificed himself for his people, but the other gods have people sacrifice themselves for the god's appeasement. So it's definitely a better God than these. These people are evil. Like they would go sacrifice children. They would do evil things, and sacrifice people. It was very wicked, and it was global. Vikings sacrificed people. Everybody did sacrifices. So that's why even if it was all just stories and made up, the Christian God sacrificing himself for his people was very noble, and something has never been heard of by other civilizations. So yeah, that is much nicer than the other ones that existed, like Baal and things like that. But the evil spirits of these other gods still exist or were influencing people. And that's why to this day you have evil in the world because they're worshiping money, worshiping greed, worshiping their own hatred for other people. And that's what's causing it today because these people are still doing sacrifices and like they did before. So it is extremely, extremely, nothing has changed from the past. It's still the same as it was before. We do need to work on raising our vibrations and our chakras, etc. Yeah, because if people are more in tune with vibrations, they could be able to be in tune spiritually and reduce these things. Like I think it is good for people are so out of touch. Like I was talking before about exactly Falcon, you are correct. Yeshua wanted no more sacrifices. No, he was the final one for humanity. That is true. It was always his plan. Yes, Mark, we still live in Rome, right? The government, like DC, is like Rome of today, and the Vatican, etc. It's still Rome. It's still the same times that we're in now. It's just the exact same thing. And the spirit, see, the fallen sons of God would rule over men, the leaders of the people of the earth, and that's their spirits are working through those people. They're being vessels. And yeah, and that is the thing. And Jesus said, love your neighbor as yourself. And also at the same time, be stern and defend yourself and others when you need to, of course. And as a balance, because he was there's the Pharisees that were corrupted Pharisees, and he went and called them out, and he even uh, put everybody in their place when he needed to. But he also wanted people to uh, care for each other and settle their differences aside. And it's basically the same concept that we're talking about Falcon about Taoism, about the spirit within, that guides and around us everywhere, which is we would call in Christianity the Holy Spirit. And by using that logic and having also peace within is good, because the other thing, when people could get angry, they could be manipulated into doing all kinds of things. So that's why it's important to not act on those, but act on uh, the more of a peaceful mindset, if possible. Although humans are not perfect. That's the thing. No human is perfect. We all make mistakes and errors, and only God is perfect. So it's a humbling thing to know. Right? No good deed will ever be equal to perfection. We got some birds right there. We got some birds chilling. Exactly, Mark. It's all interconnected. Right. The London money, Rome religion, America military. Yep, they're all together in a clique. Exactly. Very true. All right. So Colosseum was built in 1280 AD and 80 AD supposedly, heading for North Canada maybe. Oh, yes. Okay. Right. And yeah, North Canada. Yeah. And I am going to be back in a second. I got to go plug this thing in, but I'm not ending the stream right now. Okay, so it'll be dark for a moment. All right, so it'll be dark in a second. All right. Okay. All right. Here I am. I have returned. Okay. Going to plug this stuff in. Let's see. Okay, let's put this one over here. Okay, good. That worked. And going this way. All right. Yeah, hello, everybody. Okay. And let's do this one more thing. Go here. Okay. Very good. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Let's do this. This is the spot where Noah's Ark landed. Right here. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. So this is Noah's Ark and where it was, and that's another image of it. Yeah, it was huge. Hilarious. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Let's see. Yes. Yeah, it's Mount Ararat. Correct. Yeah, so that is where the ark is. That's where, I mean, not where it is, but that's where the ark landed. And I think that it is really intriguing and fascinating that it was found. Remember, back in the past, back in the past, you know, I saw that, many years ago, and I thought that was nice to see again. And let's go to this part. Yeah, let's see Bale. Bale. All right, so that's Bale. Right here. All right, Falcon said, "How did they get polar bears on there all the way from the Arctic?" They, yeah, all the animals throughout the world came there in one piece. Hmm. And a lot of times with polar bears, they usually aren't white. They probably had other types of. Their skin's actually darker than it originally looks. And you know, let's see. Mark says it must have been smelly on board Sugar Me Timbers. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. So as I told you before, there's a God has ways of doing things, and with the magnetic field, you could use that to signal. You see, for instance, Falcon. I'll tell you a story. There is this cat that we have, and my family, one time was trying to. They thought it was bad, so they tried to put him up for adoption. And the cat from God knows where came all the way back here. And that was Claude. So animals can have very good GPS sensors without any kind of human intervention. If there was a dog that was lost for a very long time, the dog made itself back home. So yeah, I think animals just have a special ability. Yes, cats can locate their human. Yeah. So I think that a miracle can occur and God can cause all these animals to go to one place if he wanted to. They could do it on their own without God. Like if an animal senses something's dangerous is going to happen, they're going to go to the nearest place to go on dry land. Right. That's okay, UAP. I was very quick. I was very quick, and but all the mods are doing great, and I'm glad that y'all are listening to this. Oh, thank you, Falcon. I appreciate it, and yeah, I appreciate the compliments. Very cool. And just I ignore haters, and I just do what I do my channel, do my thing. I ignore them. Thank you. And yes, Mark. Maybe they hear a train and follow it. And when they hear a train and follow it, it must be the train of the century. It just the train that is interdimensional that just goes shockwaves throughout the universe from across the universe. Okay, this is a depiction. This is Bale, and this is a disturbing image of a dude sacrificing a baby on the altar of Baal and then burning the child. And yeah, that's what they did, the Canaanites. So it is believed to be the fallen watchers, fallen angels. They're very disturbing. A centaur, correct. Correct. And yeah, that's another depiction of him. And as I said, people can believe what they want to believe, and this is just information for those that are curious. Right, and right, and Carlos says, "Is Zionist for real?" Okay, and Carlos says, "I've always been fascinated how species can work together for a goal like hive mind. I wouldn't be surprised if some groups trying to achieve it with humans as easy as possible and diet group is yeah. And the Israelites always had a history of not maybe always doing what they're supposed to do, but it seems that they always were able to overcome things that went against them throughout the ancient history. And I appreciate chat's commentary about this. And let's see, right said popped in, let you know. Okay, Mermaid said just popped in, let you know. It's taking me a while. Be there in a while. Hello, UAP and Chronic. Okay. Hello, Mermaid. Welcome back. Yeah, and chat. Thank you for your commentary, chat. Everybody, all opinions are welcome. I appreciate it. Okay. And you see, we had some other depictions of him. And shout out to UAP, cool people. Yeah, procrastination is something that can destroy a whole engine. Yeah. All right, these are other depictions of Ale. Right here. And you see, right here. See, this is Epstein and Bale. That's accurate. If definitely Epstein was involved with the Bale stuff. That whole group was involved with that, with the worship of Bale. You saw a horse get ran over. That has to be wild. That has to be. How did that happen, Mermaid? Bale worship is basically what they do to Bohemian Grove, as well as cremation of care. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And you know about the Bohemian Grove incident, UAP, and they're doing all these crazy rituals and burning something over at the altar. And yeah, that's exactly The same thing, definitely. Roommate said, "Yeah, it was so sad. It ran into traffic. It was hit and flew. Oh, that had it. That's a sight I hope to never see." And a falcon said, "Looks like or Isis, no, or Orius." Yeah, these gods are linked to those other ones, definitely. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it was. Yeah, yeah, exactly. You know, UAP. Yeah, the the symbols on the back of the dollar bill. Yeah, the of the all-seeing eye and the triangles. Yeah. All right, this is a comparison. This is Jesus, and that's Baal, and that's the Christian version. All right. Yeah. Yeah, so definitely the symbolism of UAP is everywhere. The symbol is, everywhere, all over dollar bills. Also, there's a dollar bill that has an owl on it, and that has to do with the ancient banking, goes back to the Canaanites. The Canaanites, I think, were originating with finances and stuff. Or Sarah told me about this a while back. And that system is still here today. So, with this ancient Canaanite like financing system exists all the way into the modern age. It's all over the dollar bill and stuff. So yeah, as UAP, it's not the same thing that it was yesterday. It's still the same thing today. Yeah, it has not changed. And Murray said, "I hope the horse lived, but I don't know the story. I'm sure. Yeah, definitely be in the newspapers. Oh, facts UAP, right? Tongan said, horses are strong. I hope they are okay. Yeah, yeah, definitely prayers for the horse. Yeah, mermaid. If you ever find an update about it, let us know. All right, here's a couple of them. Okay, that's Moloch, that's Asherah, and that's Baal. That's some different depictions of them. So these entities are like the fallen angels that came down here. Okay. Hello, Brenda. And no, this is. It looks like my hair. It almost looks like I'm wearing Jimmy Neutron hair, but no, it's a Timu hat. It's a hat of the high seas. Yes. Yes, Falcon. I know of Sophia. Yes. And Sophia was the female attribute of God. Like there's a church, the Hagia Sophia, the Haggai Sophia, something like that. And it's wisdom. She's wisdom. Brenda, I no, actually, I'm real. How dare you say that I'm not real? I'm right here in front of you. I maybe have a human disguise, but I'm right here in front of you. Right, Falcon said, yes. So Sophia's wisdom, and it's the female attribute of God, like a feminine attribute of him. Yeah. So it is. Yeah, and exactly, what are they if they aren't real? It's like people, a UAP, and I have seen them firsthand everywhere. Like, yeah, it's like telling UAP that what he saw wasn't real. Okay, and let's see, and explain this right here. UAP, they're saying that Brenda said you didn't see UFO. On my community tab, you can see what UAP documented. People have seen these things all the time. If you were to use the 3 or 4 cans of darkest spray, it sounds okay. Yes, we have seen aliens. I mean, you're Brenda. You're seeing me. You're seeing me right now. It's an alien sighting. Let's see. Exactly. Worth has seen aliens. I've seen alien crafts not from this world. Exactly. UAP saw them. Yeah, it's like you know, telepathy is only something aliens can possess, right? Or some Earthlings can have it too. But Brenda does not have the telepathy to know that there are aliens out there. Okay, so chat, this is an explanation about what Sophia is. All right, so in Christianity, Sophia, Greek for wisdom, is a personification of divine wisdom. Her role varies significantly between mainstream theology and Gnostic traditions. The Vahaga Sophia in the Eastern Orthodox tradition, the holy wisdom refers to the specific Christian, the specific Jesus Christ as the Logos, or the Word of God. The famous Hagia Sophia in Istanbul was dedicated to Christ under this title. Understood, UAP. That is a good point. Maybe if one day she saw it, she'd believe it. All right. And but to say that to know aliens are not real is like, we don't know anything for a fact. Anything could be anything. Yeah, Brenda, why do you go on the live streams to try to get attention like this? You know, like exactly. And Hog says, I come across a large alien metal detecting ones. Interesting, Hog. Interesting. County says some Gnostics have a goddess character named Sophia who gave birth to our god, who in their religion is actually a demon of some sort who rules over the material world. Yeah, yeah, comedy. I've heard that before. Exactly, Falcon. Very good point. Rude, right? Tyler said that's perfect. Well, thank you, Tyler, for your commentary. All right. Anyway, so Holy Spirit. Some early and modern theologians associated Sophia with the Holy Spirit, emphasizing a feminine aspect of the Trinity. Mark said he hasn't seen London, therefore it doesn't exist. Exactly. All right. Oh, thank you, chat. Thank you, mods. The alien I seen at large schnooze, small that sounded like coins jangling. Interesting. Hello, Earthy. I had a Cinnabon and was in a food coma all weekend. I wondered where you were, bro. Uh, that's awesome. Glad that you're here. Scared. It doesn't add up. Yeah, I know. I know, right, Falcon? Yeah. Thank you, chat, for doing that for me. Appreciate it. All right. She appears prominently in wisdom literature and Bible proverbs and Solomon and Sirach as women who presents with God before the creation of the world. He was using a tablecloth as a hanky. Well, you know, that actually is kind of funny. That alien has come up with very earthling customs. Yeah, send Brenda to the Shadow Realm. Facts. Yeah, the cloak of invisibility. Right. The fall of Sophia. Gnostic myths describe her as a divine emanation, fell from celestial realm. Her attempt to create without a partner accidentally resulted in the birth of a demiurge or a flawed creator god who made the material world. Yeah, Tyler. Exactly. Yeah, too many bills. Yeah. All right. Earthy says, have you heard of Diana Pasulka? She's religious scholar, but has been dabbling into UFO talk. Check out. Okay, I will do that. Earth, definitely. All right, and redemption. In these texts, Christ is sent to rescue Sophia and lead her to the divine fullness. Bills, I can't be abducted before GTA 6. Oh yeah, we need GTA 6 to come out first before the abduction happens. Yeah, or they better have it on the spaceship with you. Yes, Patrick, I did. I stopped the British red-handed. Falcon says I can't be abducted before Elder Scroll 6. Facts. Yeah, Earthy says me on the spaceship not giving an F because I got GTA 6. Facts. All right. All right. Iconic symbolism. The Red Angel. In Russian Orthodox iconography, Sophia is often depicted as a crowned winged woman and bright red, seated on a throne representing the wisdom of God. Saint Sophia. Her daughters. There is also a hagiographical tradition of Saint Sophia, who was a martyr with three daughters named Faith, Hope, and Charity. Ah, UAP. That's really a good one right there. You can't be a doctor for the Epstein trials. Yeah, me neither. We got to see them all red-handed. It's clear that like Epstein's connected with all these different countries and places, and you know, he was a double agent. There's all kinds of things. The corruption is runs very deep. All right. Rockstar said they might be a medieval game that would be dope. Yeah. Oh yeah, facts. Yes, yes, I should do that. I do have a tinfoil hat in my room. I should do that. Yeah, I do have a tinfoil hat in my room. I need to get it out and use it for these streams. I agree. And let's see. So that is information about Sophia. Yeah, and then there is shout out to the swamp puppies, the banded puppies. Yeah. Medieval GTA gonna do some more Wild Shire. Yes, yes. Let's see. Oh no, there's plenty of maidens too. Yeah. Rockstar Games has, let's see, the concept of discussion. So, Project Medieval, a rumored open world game Rockstar has reportedly explored. Yeah, Project Medieval. That would be so cool. Yeah, SEAL Team 6 needs to liberate Bohemian Grove. I agree. Yeah, definitely. Project Medieval is an unofficial code name for a long rumored open world action RPG from Rockstar Games set in the Middle Ages. While the fans have long speculated would be a medieval GTA, recent information suggests it's an early concept that may currently be shelved. In early 2026, former Rockstar co founder Dan Houser confirmed that the studio once explored medieval fantasy project. He described it as a mythological knights epic built with Rockstar signature living world design. Yes, Alex Jones did. Yes. And Tara said, you can also just Google Bohemian Grove. It's open information to some degree. Yeah, it is. And Alex Jones did record the Bohemian Grove rituals. Not that everybody knows Bohemian Grove. I need medical GTA, medieval GTA. Medical GTA would be funny. Yeah. Shell development. The project never moved beyond the early concept and lure building stages. It was reportedly set aside so the studio could focus on all resources on development of Grand Theft Auto 6 and the leaked events. Rumors first tracked in 2019. LinkedIn profile for a Rockstar India employee mentioned working on a medieval architectural style props. Right, Skull and Bones Society at the Harvard. Many presidents have been Masons. Bohemian Grove Commission. Yep, Trilateral Commission. Yeah. Earthy says I've read that where they stole each other's egos, exchange numbers, and have gay fantasies. I've also watched Alex Jones' entire Bohemian Grove video. Yeah, I've heard about all that too, Earthy. Yeah, they're Tyler. They're Illuminati wannabes. That's true. Yeah. Combat focus. Department a departure from guns focused heavily on realistic sword fighting, one-on-one dueling, and possibly weapons like the crossbows and war axes. Yeah, there's always bigger fish. Yeah, cosplayers. Yeah, hilarious, hilarious. Okay, world design: a vast uh, s- systematic world featuring castles, knights, and kingdoms. Utilizing the advanced animation and physics seen in Red Dead Redemption 2. Granted Fantasy. While some leaks mentioned magic or dragons, others suggest a more grounded approach, similar to how Red Dead Redemption 2 handled its world, mostly realistic, but with occasional strange, unexplained elements. While no currently active production, the speculation of Project Medieval Assist could appear in GTA 6 as a movie set, or in a game entertainment. Others believe Rockstar may return to the idea as a brand new IP once their current major projects are released. Let's see more GTA rumors. All right, so my granddad used to watch me play GTA San Andreas and laugh a lot, but also partially assume I'm criminally insane. Our generation was much more criminal than his, no doubt about that, but good times. Yeah, I wasn't allowed to play it when I played it one time, then wasn't allowed to play it anymore, and after that happened, when I got older, I went back to playing it. But yeah, there's definitely more criminals and more like school shootings and stuff than they had before. Yeah, GTA is officially scheduled to release in November 19, 2026. These are some rumors. Right now, we're going to talk about some GTA 6 rumors. Data breach, ransom, and deadline. On April 11, 2026, reports surfaced that Rockstar suffered a third party data breach through its Snowflake data warehouse. A hacker group named Shiny Hunters has allegedly set a ransom deadline of April 14, 2026. threatening to leak sensitive data if not paid. Trailer 3 speculation. Fans are closely watching the April 14 ransom deadline as more speculate Rockstar might act proactively and drop Trailer 3 early maintain control over the narrative, similar to how they handled the one leak trailer. 19 equals chaos. Scared. Marketing kickoff. Official financial reports from Take Two suggest the launch marketing is set to begin in summer of 2026. PC release window. While not officially confirmed, a recent rumor from a leaker who claimed to contact former employees suggests PC version is aiming for February or March 2027, a much shorter gap than previous titles. All right, new community calculations based on Rage Engine scandaling and trailer analysis suggests the state of Leon Leonida could be 2.5 to 2.7 larger than combined landmass of GTA 5. Yes, I believe in archangels. Yes. He's waiting for hell to let loose in Vietnam too. Epic here. Yeah. Yes, I believe in archangels. And Saint Michael the Archangel is one of them. Technical leaks. Former developers have reportedly worked on next generation procedural breakable glass system for vehicles and props, as well as advanced tools for capturing cinematic and game footage. Interactive interior density. Rumors persist that game will feature a record-breaking number of entertainable buildings in Vice City and Port Gellhorn, moving away from the static world feel for previous entries. Pre-order IDs. Titles IDs for GTA 6 were recently spotted in PlayStation Store database, which usually occurs right before a pre-orders to go live. Okay, GTA 6 could be of breaking the standard $70 pricing barrier, with some analysts predicting $180 to $100 pricing tag for standard edition. See, when was GTA 5 released? Shout out to Archangel Skybind. All right. GTA 5 was released in September 17, 2013 for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. PlayStation 4, Xbox One, November 18, 2014. PC Windows, April 14, 2015. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, March 2022. PC Enhanced Update, which expanded and enhanced features, was March 4, 2025. Okay, and let's see how much it was. It was priced at 60 It was priced at $60. The original the GTA 5. And the collector's edition was 150. Yes, yes. The Palladians are these like Nordic aliens. They're also called Nordic aliens, and they are from that constellation. So it has seven stars, like seven sisters, and they allegedly speak to our governments and telepathically. They want peace and harmony on Earth, and they want people to, try to get along and stuff. So that's what they are. So yes, I'm very familiar with them. You remember the first computer? Yeah, the Apple computer. Yeah. It was $666. Yeah, people were kind of confused about that, but he said it allegedly was nothing to do with that, but it was interesting that they made it like that. Yeah. Yes. Yes, best to focus on the positive. That's true. And let's give a summary about Palladian aliens. All right. A purported race of highly evolved extraterrestrial beings originate from the Palladian star cluster in the constellation of Terrius. In ufology, they are described as space brothers who aim to guide humanity through a spiritual and technological awakening. Yes, exactly, Tyler. Tyler, we get solar power. Right. The yin and yang. Very good. Appearance are typically described as 6 to 7 feet tall, human-like, with features similar to Scandinavians, including fair skin, blonde hair, blue eyes. Dimensionality. Believers state they exist in higher vibration realms or dimensions, fourth or fifth, allowing them to transcend limitations of physical form and linear time. Yeah, balance is key, definitely. Tesla said 3, 6, and 9 were special numbers. Don't know why. Was born with on the 6. Oh, that's 369 is yeah, that is Tesla's number of perfection in universe. Yeah, that was his like universally. That was like the perfect number set. Yeah, we'll get more into that in a moment. One of the most famous Billy Mayer contacts. One of the most famous proponents is the Swiss contractee Billy, who came to have hundreds of face-to-face meetings with the Pergerian starting in 1940s. He provided extensive photographs and metal samples of alleged proof and mission to Earth. Their primary objective is to be assisting humanity's ascension, a transition into an era of great peace, universal harmony, and higher consciousness. He was born the third. Yes, that is true. He did. He believed in God. All right. Nelly says, at age of 44, my ex burnt my original birth certificate. Wow, that's messed up. I had to go into another town to get a small copy. I was nowhere in the records. They searched for hours before breaking down and telling me just a pick of the day and year. That is mysterious. Wow. Wow. Very interesting, Nelly. Thank you for sharing that with us. Because when you find out things like that, it's like completely unexpected. Like, you know, like a curveball thrown at you, didn't see coming. Yeah. And that's messed up that it got burnt, by the way. Oh, right, Tyler. Right. There's a signs of starseed. Common traits. Okay, so Pleiadian starseed. Individuals on Earth that believe their souls originated from the Pleiades, incarnated here to serve a divine mission. Signs of starseed. The common traits include a deep-seated not belonging on Earth, intense empathy, and I'll get empathy, a strong attraction to nature, and innate desire to help heal others. Mark, I believe we are evolving backwards. No, definitely. Purpose. They are believed to act as agents of spiritual awakening using their high energy vibrations to help shift the collect human frequency. Also, he wanted to harness energy from flowers. Even most of Tesla's works are locked in Area 51. Yeah. If you hook up these electrodes onto a flower and have like a little boom box, it plays music. So he was very brilliant, and a lot of his inventions would have made our civilization so much more advanced. But they didn't want us to be advanced. They want us to go back into this to the Stone Age. And I definitely agree with you. They're at Area 51, indeed. Okay, and let's see. All right, we end up back in the bush with Bigfoot. All right, all right. Okay, and let's go this way. Yeah, so yeah, that is some of the information about the Palladians, and the Palladian constellation is like seven sisters that are in a sky, and that's the mythology around the star system. Let's see. Yeah, the seven sisters. Greek mythology. They were seven daughters of Atlas and Pelone. Uh, no, Pelene, placed in the sky to protect them from the hunter Orion. Hinduism. They were the six mothers of the god Murugan, or the wives of seven rishis, sages. Japan called the Subaru unites. They symbolize unity while recognized as seven stars, and the car company Subaru uses the only six in the logo because typically only six are visible to the naked eye. Andine culture, known as Kul Aqua storehouse. Their appearance marked the start of the planting season and symbolized the abundance. Right, so those are some mythologies about the star system itself. Yeah. So definitely, I think that there's some truth to these things and aliens being out there. Definitely. And because you never know what is out there and what isn't out there. It's something extremely mysterious that lurks and exists in those regions of the far spaces and also other dimensions. We need time machines so we can see what was going on back then. Yeah, yeah, we'd be quite marveled by what we would see. We and let's see, some of those old carvings and drawings are pretty sus. Yeah, I think a lot of these things came from some other planet, somewhere outer space, or some other dimension. Like it's definitely very suspicious what those things are. Right, I agree. Tesla believed that 369 were fundamental to structures in the universe, famously stating, "If you only knew the magnificence of the 369, then you would have a key to the universe." His fascination stemmed from the unique mathematical and geometrical patterns. These numbers, which he viewed as cosmic blueprints for energy and vibration. Yeah, definitely. It's over there. The war, the wars and stuff. Yeah, I think that's actually a sign of the end times coming with all the wars happening over there. Yeah, I definitely agree. It started for them over there. Leonardo was a genius, and he also depicted flying machines too. Yeah, he was ahead of his time. Double sequencing. In nature, cells and embryos developed 1, 2, 4, 8, 1632. While you find a digital root, these numbers add representing emerges 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. Notably, 3, 6, 9 are absent from this physical world sequence. Vortex mathematics. This led to the theories that later explained by other vortex math that 369 represented a higher dimensional flux field or a vector that governs the six numbers. Yes, ambidextrous. Yes. And that's cool that it was able to do that. Power of nine. The number nine is unique. Any multiple of nine has digits that eventually sum back to nine with quotations, and 9 times 3 equals 27, yields to 2 plus 7 equals 9. Tesla viewed 9 as unifying force or control number. Our Tyler said he knew about human anatomy in full detail before any other documented humans too, from the grave robbing. But it was legitimately for science. Oh, Tyler, I think it was legitimate and it was fine. His intentions were in the right place. I think he did the right thing because somebody had to figure it out. They used to think there's a candle in the middle of your heart, but that's not how it works. Like, so they had to find out what actually is inside the human body. Sacred shapes. He saw the number 3 reflecting the stability of the triangle and 6 and the harmony of the hexagon. Shapes frequently found in nature, natural structures like honeycombs or crystals. Tesla believed that that's so deep. He incorporated it in his daily life and obsessive rituals. This visibility. By 3, he preferred staying in a hotel rooms with numbers divisible. By 3, his final resistance was room 3327. His residence. Right. Science is like witchcraft back then, pretty much. Yeah, definitely. All AM stations add up to 9. Wow, interesting. Interesting. All right. Multiples. He would walk around a building 3 times before entering it and use exact 18 napkins to clean his silverware. Today, his ideas have evolved into the popular 369 manifestations method, though many of the more mystical modern interpretations are speculative, were not formally documented in Tesla's own special papers. All right. Do you remember when hippies put flowers in a barrel of the gun? Yes. I know about that, Falcon. Yes. They put the flower in the barrel of the gun to for them to not do war but peace. Yeah, I know about that. All right. And Tesla was pretty far from there. He invented the induction motor, giving birth to every assembly line ever. I know he basically he paid our way, so to speak, to our civilization how it is today. Tower said the induction motor is one of the most important inventions in all of human history. Yeah, I agree. That's what got us to where we are right now. Was that induction motor? And without him, it would not exist. Yeah, and he had dozens of other majorly important inventions. Oh yeah, I'm sure there's inventions that he has that weren't released, or we can't see them. All right, hydrogen engines are currently developed through two primary technologies: hydrogen internal combustion engines, which burn hydrogen gas like a traditional engine, and hydrogen fuel cells, which convert hydrogen into electricity to power an electric motor. Thank you, Larry. Thank you. We're sailing the high seas of the internet with this. Yeah. All right, market growth. H2 ice market as project grow from 1.7 billion in 2016 to 20.8 billion by 2036. Heavy duty focus. Companies like Truman's and Volvo Trucks are leading way for long haul trucks and off road machinery. Yeah, they did steal it. Yeah, I mean, I think that with black holes, they possibly might be a passage into another dimension, and there might be like a white hole, and so to speak, it might go through one timeline to another. So it's possible that it leads to another dimension or some other time period. That's what I think of it. There are holes in there are black, right? Right. Dudes at the patient office and front desk were all the greatest inventors of all time. Oh, I know. And they, yeah, definitely what they did was they always try to take credit for the people that really did something. Yeah, it could be a wormhole. All right. All right, certain micro black holes. One of the most persistent theories involves the Large Hadron Collider at CERN. Theories some believe that high energy collisions, LHC, could create micro black holes that would sink the Earth's core and slowly consume the planet from the inside. Scientific reality. While some theories suggest LHC could produce tiny quantum black holes, they would be so unstable that they would evaporate instantaneously due to Hawking radiation before they could interact with matter. CERN Shivia. The presence of Shivia destroyer, CERN's headquarters, fueled rumors that scientists are performing rituals to open portals or reset reality. Like what I said before, the gateway theory. Some suggest that black holes are interdimensional portals used by advanced civilizations or shortcuts, wormholes to parts of the universe. Information copying. A recent fringe claim suggests that falling into the black hole isn't destroyed, but copied into parallel reality, implying humans' consciousness might survive the trip. I wouldn't like to be a test pilot in the UFO. Oh, yes, Falcon, that is true. And they play around with large hydrogen collider, whatever enough. We'll find out one day. I wouldn't like to be a test pilot. UFO might be up in Jupiter and sure how to get back. Yeah, yeah, I know, right? You're kind of like stuck there. That'll be a fun day when they open up a black hole in Switzerland. Yeah, scared, scared. Information copying. A recent fringe claim suggests that matter falling into black hole isn't destroying it, but copied into a parallel reality, implying that human consciousness might survive the trip. White holes. A related theory that black holes are an entrance to white holes, objects that only split matter in existence and not the other. Them bastards in their white lab coats experimenting on mountain goats. John Prince. Yeah, I know, right? That's a good point. Yeah. Mathematical. Let's see. Actually, now some claim that black holes don't exist at all. Physicist Laura Mersini Houghton finally argued that as a star collapses, the emission of radiation would cause the loss too much mass to ever actually form a singular or even an event on the horizon. Vostok Island, a blackened out island on Google Earth, led to rumors that terrestrial black hole or portal hidden in the Pacific. It was later revealed that an optical illusion by dense forests. A popular internet theory is that CERN and the Mandela effect are collective false memories. Recent shift. The theorists claim that the experiment that LHC ripped a fabric of space time, accidentally shifting humanity into a slightly different parallel timeline. 2026 run rumors. In early 2026, rumors surfaced that CERN's AI detected a particles that seemingly react to observation, leading to some to believe we are living in a simulation or a petri dish monitored by higher dimensional beings. Some fringe theorists connect that massive hexagonal storm in Saturn's North Pole is manufactured black hole or trans transdimensional communication device. This, though, is there are no scientific evidence to support this beyond the storm's unusual shape. Let's see more Mandela effect. Hello, Nelly. Nice to see you. Hi there. Our proponents argue that the effects of multiverse suggest that we have shifted between alternate realities where these details were different. Popular conspiracy theories claims that experiments at the Large Hadron Collider fractured a timeline are merged with parallel causing glitches in collective memory. Oh, okay, Nelly, understood. Okay. Mandela effect is a phenomenon where large group of people shares a specific vivid but incorrect memory of an event, spelling, or logo. Term was coined in 2009 by researcher Fiona Baromi, who discovered she was not alone in believing Nelson Mandela, like bees, do have hexagram as well as honeycomb. Yes, that's true, Mark. The term was coined in 2009 by researcher Fiona Romy, who discovered she was not alone, believing Nelson Mandela had died in prison in 1980s, despite him actually living until 2013. Fruit of the Loom. Many remember a cornucopia in the logo, but it has only ever featured a fruit. Star Wars. People often quote Luke, I am your father, but it's actually no, I am your father. I enjoyed this planet with the nature in it, but seeing how the Earthlings act sometimes, I do feel more restricted at times on the planet. Yeah. I'm glad to be here on the planet, but sometimes the Earthlings, what I see is just appalling. Star Wars. Some people often quote, yeah, I read that. Okay. So Bernstein is widely misremembered as Bernstein. Bernstein Bears. Right. I think the FTL was proven to have it early on. Exactly, chat, Max. Yeah. Um, Alien Lives Matter. Widely misremembered as Bernstein Monopoly Man, often incorrectly recalled wearing a monocle. Shazam, a non-existent 1990s movie stating the genie, confused with shock. Cosm. Correct, Mark. Yeah. Scared. Scared. Yeah, so yeah, I definitely think it's cringe about. Oh, yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, that's probably true. Thank you. There definitely I could see a link between them there. Yeah, yeah, because yeah, scared noise. Let's see. Nelly says old and didn't my eyes test when I went to new and I had to depend on someone to take me places. Dang it. Yeah, Nelly, that has to be. Yeah, that is extremely irritating when that happens. To you and yeah, I think with definitely, I'm sure you feel limited and all, and definitely over time, I hope everything you get what you need when you want it, and they definitely listen to what you want to have done to make it as smooth as possible. Oh, and that too, yeah. It definitely, Nelly, sounds like a whole bunch of things. Like when something, it's like when something can go wrong and then something worse happens. Yeah. So prayers for you, definitely, Nelly. All right. Mark says we got beehive in New Zealand Parliament building and Freemason symbols. Yeah, because they're all connected globally. They're all the same thing. Oh, you're welcome. No problem. I appreciate you. I'm concerned for all of you, and feel free to say whatever's going on. Oh, Nelly, I'm glad you like our group, and you've. It's awesome talking to you too. So I'm glad that you found us. Okay. So Monopoly Man often incorrectly recall is wearing a monocle, but he was wearing a monocle. And yeah, so if that there. Recent new Mandela effects. A bald eagle. Some were surprised to learn it only officially became U.S. national bird in December 24, despite being a national symbol since 1782. Neely. Okay, thank you. Back to the Future. New debates have emerged regarding the exact color of the van used in Libens and the Twin Pines mall scene. Yeah, there you go, Mark. Yeah. Brand spelling. Ongoing debates regarding spelling of Febreze, often thought to be Febreze. Chick-fil-A. Yeah, just a lot of these things are crazy. Yes, and Falcon says love the planet Earth. Yeah, facts. Carlos says that there are 3,143 countries in the USA. Yeah, it's like a bunch of different countries in one country. Yeah. These are some possible explanations for the Mandela effect. Oh, that's awesome, Nile. That's always something to look forward to. No, Neely, I meant to say. Yeah, Neely. Uh, that is a good hobby that I'm glad you're able to still do. Yeah. I think we're part of the Five Eyes. Can check, please. Okay, if the Mandela effect was real, this is what happened. The multiverse collision, time merging. Two very similar parallel universes collided or merged into one, resulting you might have originated Universe A, where the Bernstein Bears existed. Now you're living in Universe B, where Bernstein bears lingering memory of your original timeline. Quantum interaction. Sorry. The idea that by smashing particles at near light speeds, scientists may have inadvertently ripped fabric of space and time, created a micro black holes that altered local quantum field. This theory suggests that high energy experiment shifted us into a neighboring track of reality, slightly altering insufficient details like logos or movie lines, while keeping the major historical beats the same. Awesome. Yeah, counties. Yes, there are counties. That's true. By smashing particles, yeah, okay. Result: the theory suggests that high energy experiments shifted us into a neighboring track of reality, slightly altering significant details like logos, movie lines, while keeping the major historical bets the same. If we are in a computer generated reality simulation, the Mandela effect would be technical issue. The deal. The administrators of the simulation performed a software update or a hotfix to world's code, much like a video game update that changes the character's stats or appearance. Code for Fruit of the Loom was updated to remove the cornucopia, but cache human memory wasn't fully cleared for everyone. Well, that's very interesting. That is very fascinating, Neely. Thank you for sharing. The penny with that mark on it, as I said, it definitely is a signs of those. I've never seen one myself, but yeah, those things are out there. It's a very fascinating find. Have you ever lost one sock? Where did it go? Case your missing sock must be solved. Yes, yes. Wife left me because of Lincoln Park obsession, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. A good one's a Cepha. Good one. There's always a new divide that can happen later. So maybe it's best you left. It didn't work out because later on there could be a new divide. And when you take personal accountability, you have to, yeah, not worth a penny. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And she will regret leaving you, and she'll have to contemplate. She'll say to herself, "What I've done." That's what she'll say. Changing the past from the future. Idea that an event in the future, perhaps time travel experiment or massive cosmic event, sent a ripple backward through time. As the ripple traveled back, it caused a minor butterfly effect. Changes in the future back to the ripple goes. The more of those small changes, like single letters in a name, become solidified in one current present. Idea powerful entities. Governments or tech giants are intelligently changing digital records and physical products. The goal would be to see how easily human memory can be manipulated and to weaken our trust in our own perceptions of truth. Yes, exactly. Exactly. What I've done doesn't even matter. Facts. Yep. Yeah, that is very true, Falcon. Indeed. Okay. All right. So let's see this. All right. So I have some devices that need to completely charge up. So I'm probably going to stop it here, and we're going to go back out. I'm going to probably do another a garden live later on at some point, and tonight a little bit, a little bit later from now. By the way, I just have to wait for some stuff to charge up completely, and this is a very cool stream, by the way. So this stream will be ending, and then I'll do one later on tonight while some stuff charges up. Okay, Nile. Nice seeing you, Nile. Thank you. Yeah, opposite beliefs is facts. Yeah. Okay, and I yes, I Falcon. Right. So I'm gonna get this window up here. And you also have a great night day too. Also. Okay, and now we'll be going. Setting off. Musketeer's hat. Why are they calling you captain? Because I was a musketeer and I became a captain later. I understand. I understand what you're. Well, I would be confused too, Western. But I was a musketeer, then I became a captain. All right. So yeah, see you all later. Those that are able to come on later on from now. Yeah. Shout out to you, Western. Thank you for your question. All right. So see some of y'all later on, and when I go live again later on, there's some stuff has to charge up. Then I'll go do the garden live. All right. All right. Take care. Peace.